അല്ല വൈകിട്ടുണ്ടോ പത്രത്തിലുള്ള പോയിട്ടാണ് ലൈറ്റ് സഞ്ജീവേ ലീഡേഴ്സൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സർ പ്ലീസ് സർ സർ അവിടെ മതി യുഗം രാംപ്രകാശ് അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇറങ്ങിയിരുന്നോ? സാറിന്ന് ഇറങ്ങിയിരുന്നോ? ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഇറങ്ങിയിരുന്നോ സാറേ? താഴേക്കൊന്നും വേണം, താഴെ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഫേസ് പറഞ്ഞു.
İnkılap zindabad, zindabad, zindabad. İnkılap zindabad, zindabad, zindabad. AIBEA zindabad, zindabad, zindabad. AIBEA zindabad, zindabad, zindabad. AIBEA zindabad, zindabad, zindabad. AIBEA zindabad, zindabad, zindabad. Federal Bank of India Staff Union zindabad, zindabad, zindabad. Federal Bank of India Staff Union zindabad, zindabad, zindabad. Bank of India Staff Union Kerala zindabad, zindabad, zindabad.
we will have that tribute to Martin. Comrades, for the last 80 years, under the banner of the flag, we have been living, prospering, thanks to AIBEA. When we are gathered here today for this convention, lot of youth are here. It is our duty to see that this flag remains not only for the next 100 years, but much more than that. It is a responsibility, duty for all of us. As long as this flag is there, your service is condition, your job is secure. As long as the condition of the public sector bank is secured, and as long as the flag is up, the prosperity of the nation is secured. This is the contribution, legacy of the flag for the nation and for all of us. We salute the flag.
Now it's Mathias column is there. Just
പുഷ്പാർച്ചന ഇല്ലില്ല ഇല്ല പുഷ്പാർച്ചന ഉണ്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല
İnkılap zindabad! Zindabad! Zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! Zindabad! Zindabad! Richa saçıga zindabad! Zindabad! Zindabad! Richa saçıga zindabad! Zindabad! Zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! Zindabad! Zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! Zindabad! Zindabad! İnkılap zindabad! Zindabad! Zindabad! Richa saçıga direnmar! Richa saçıga direnmar! Richa saçıga direnmar! Richa saçıga direnmar! Direnmar avaravarന്മാർ! ധീരന്മാർ അവരവരന്മാർ! ധീരന്മാർ അവരവരന്മാർ! ധീരന്മാർ അവരവരന്മാർ! ഇല്ല നിങ്ങൾ മരിക്കുന്നില്ല! ഇല്ല നിങ്ങൾ മരിക്കുന്നില്ല! ഇല്ല നിങ്ങൾ മരിക്കുന്നില്ല! ഇല്ല നിങ്ങൾ മരിക്കുന്നില്ല! ജീവിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങളിലൂടെ! ജീവിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങളിലൂടെ! ജീവിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങളിലൂടെ! ജീവിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങളിലൂടെ! ഇൻകുലാബ് സിന്ദാബാദ്! സിന്ദാബാദ്! സിന്ദാബാദ്! ഇൻകുലാബ് സിന്ദാബാദ്! സിന്ദാബാദ്! സിന്ദാബാദ്! ഇൻകുലാബ്! ഇൻകുലാബ്! ഇൻകുലാബ് സിന്ദാബാദ്! ഇൻകുലാബ്! ഇൻകുലാബ്! ഇൻകുലാബ് സിന്ദാബാദ്!
Okay, comrades, we will now move on to a stage. Those who are still remaining to register, they can register and we will start the inaugural session sharp at 10 a.m. Okay.
ഏകദേശം തീരാതായിരുന്നു കേട്ടോ. വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഓക്കെ കാർഡിട്ടോ
ഈ മണ്ണിൽ പൊലിഞ്ഞു പണ്ടേ നവവിപ്ലവം നാം കണ്ടേ.
അടുക്കളയിൽ നിന്നരങ്ങിലേക്കായി കൊതിച്ച പെണ്ണിൻ ചരിതം ഇന്നാടിൻ സമത്വമോതും. ഒന്നായി നമ്മൾ മഹാമാരിയെ വെല്ലും. പ്രളയം പോലും ഒരു മതൻ കഥകൾ ചൊല്ലും.
സ്വാഗതമരുളുന്നു നവോത്ഥാനത്തിൻ നാട്. സ്വാഗതമരുളുന്നു നവോത്ഥാനത്തിൻ നാട്.
സ്വാഗതമരുളുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ സ്വാഗതമരുളുന്നു. സ്വാഗതമരുളുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ സ്വാഗതമരുളുന്നു. സ്വാഗതമരുളുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ സ്വാഗതമരുളുന്നു.
Hello. Dear comrades, we will start our inaugural session now. First of all, a very hearty welcome to all the beautiful ladies of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions to Kerala. This is our 4th All India Women's Convention being held at Ernakulam, Kochi, Kerala. We know that you all are eagerly waiting for this convention for so many days. All the preparatory works were going on in the background, and some of the preparatory works you may be knowing through the WhatsApp media and social media channels. Now, I'm starting the session. First of all, I am welcoming to the dais our respected President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Joint Secretary of All India Bank Employees Association, respected Comrade Maxi Pereira to the dais. Now, I will welcome to the dais the chief guest of this Women Convention, National Secretary of All India Trade Union Congress, respected Comrade Vahida Nizam. I am welcoming to the dais Joint Secretary of All India Bank Employees Association, General Secretary of All Kerala Bank Employees Federation, General Secretary of All India Canara Bank Employees Union, Comrade B. Ramprakash. Now we welcome our respected General Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade Dinesh Lallan to the dais. I would like to welcome to the dais Chairman of the Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Vice President of Bank of India Staff Union Kerala, respected Comrade T.V. Shivaramakrishnan. Now I am calling up the dais Working President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade Suresh Bapate. Now I am inviting to the dais National Convenor of All India Bank Employees Association Women's Council, Central Committee Member of All India Bank Employees Association, Comrade Richa Gandhi. Now I am inviting to the dais Central Committee Member of All India Bank Employees Association, Vice President of All Kerala Bank Employees Federation, and the Chairperson of the Reception Committee of 4th All India Women's Convention, Comrade PM Ambujam. Now I am calling upon stage our Vice President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Comrade PC Sridhar. I am calling upon stage Vice President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade US Verma. I'm calling upon stage Vice President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade Bikar Bahadur. Calling upon stage Vice President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade A.K. Pandey. Calling upon stage Deputy General Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade Anil Dubey. Calling upon stage Deputy General Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade Jaideep Niyogi. Now I am calling upon stage Assistant General Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Comrade Jigisha Desai. Calling upon stage Assistant General Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade Volga Devi. Now I would like to call upon to stage Central Committee Member of All India Bank Employees Association, Comrade Rashi Saxena. calling upon stage President of Bank of India Staff Union Kerala, Executive Committee Member of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade P. Hemalada. Comrades, now I am handing over the dice to the President. Please. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, comrades. And a very warm welcome to this 4th National Women Convention. Without any much delay, I will now request the Chairperson of the Reception Committee, Comrade P.M. Ambujam, to address us.
Good morning, everyone. This is a moment of extreme pleasure that I am standing before you to welcome all of you from all the states of India. Comrades, we know this is a crucial moment, crucial days for bank employees. And we are going to have a general strike on July 9th. You know the banking industry is going this crucial moment, and we are to have the general strike. We have to participate in the general strike, and it should be a high time, because all the matters prevailing in India in the banking sector are against trade union activities. Now, I come to my point. First of all, I welcome who is presiding our convention, Comrade Maxi Pereira, Vice President of AIBEA and President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Goa Bank Employees General Secretary. I heartily welcome on behalf of Reception Committee and Bank of India Kerala, I heartily welcome Comrade Maxi Pereira. Now I welcome Comrade Vahida Nizam, who is the National Secretary of AITUC and is a member of World Federation of Trade Union, and on AITUC she is organizing the cleaning staff of Chennai and all the working in Chennai. I heartily welcome Comrade Vahida Nizam. Now, I welcome Comrade Richa Gandhi, the National Women's Convenor, AIBEA, and AIBEA CC member, Canara Bank Employees Union Center Committee member. I heartily welcome Comrade Richa Gandhi. Now I welcome Joint Secretary of AIBEA, Canara Bank Employees Union General Secretary, All Kerala Bank Employees Federation General Secretary, Comrade B. Ramprakash. Now I welcome Dinesh Lallan, General Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union. I heartily welcome, sir. I welcome Comrade Sivaramakrishnan, Chairman of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Kerala. Hearty welcome Comrade Suresh Babale, Working President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union. And now I welcome Vice President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Comrade U.S. Verma. Now I welcome Vice President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, P.C. Sridhar. Hearty welcome to Vice President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, A.K. Pandey. Now I welcome Vice President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Comrade Bikar. Hearty welcome to Deputy General Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Comrade Anil Dubey. Hearty welcome to Vice President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Comrade Jaydeep. Now I welcome CC member of AIBEA, Rashi Saxena. Now I welcome for the Women Convention, Assistant Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Comrade Bolga Devi. Now I welcome Assistant Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Comrade Jigisha Desai. Now I welcome our Kerala General Secretary, Bank of India Staff Union, Kerala General Secretary, Comrade Sandeep Narayan. And lastly, I heartily welcome Comrade P. Hemalada, President, Bank of India Staff Union, Kerala, Chairperson of Women's Council of Kerala Bank Employees Federation, and CC member of AIBEA. Hearty welcome, Comrade P. Hemalada. Thank you.
Those comrades who are at the back, there are some seats here in between. Kindly occupy the seats, please. Chairperson of the Reception Committee, Comrade PM Abujam, General Convenor and Assistant of this Reception Committee, Assistant Secretary of our Federation, and the General Secretary of our Kerala Unit, Comrade Sandeep Narayan, inaugurator of this convention, and National Secretary of AITUC, Comrade Vahida Nizam, National Women Convenor of AIBEA, CC member of AIBEA, State Secretary of Madhya Pradesh State Canara Bank Union, Comrade Richa Gandhi, Joint Secretary of AIBEA, the General Secretary of AKBF, General Secretary of Canara Bank Employees Union, Comrade B. Ramprakash, Chairman of the Federation, Comrade T.V. Siva Ramakrishnan, Working President of the Federation, the General Secretary of our Nagpur Unit, Comrade Suresh Bopate, Vice President of the Federation, and the General Secretary of the Chennai Unit, Comrade P.G. Siridhar, Vice President of the Federation, General Secretary of the MP Unit, Comrade U.S. Verma, Vice President of the Federation, and the General Secretary of the Delhi Unit, Comrade Bikar Bahadur, Vice President of the Federation and President of the UP Unit, Comrade Arvind Pandey, Deputy General Secretary of the Federation and General Secretary of the Surat Unit, Comrade Anil Dubey, Deputy General Secretary of the Federation and General Secretary of the Calcutta Unit, Comrade Jaydeep Nyogi, Assistant Secretary of the Federation, Comrade Jigita Desai, Assistant Secretary of the Federation, Comrade Volga Devi, President of the Kerala Unit, Executive Committee member of the Federation, CC member, Vice President of the All Kerala Bank Employees Federation and Chairman of the Kerala State Women Council, Comrade P. Hemlata, Comrade Rashid Saxena, CC member of the AIBEA, Office Bearer of our Federation, EC members, and my dear comrades. A very good morning to one and all. I'm really happy to welcome you once again to the 4th National Women Convention. I see the presence of a lot of young comrades here. Your visible confidence and enthusiasm that we see ensures and guarantees the future of this organization is perfect. We know that, comrades, our federation has got 25 units spread throughout the country, covering every place from metros to urban, from semi-urban to rural areas. And I'm very happy that in this convention, all the 25 units of our federation are representing, covering the entire state. All glory and tribute to all of you, comrades. We really do appreciate that all of you have come, setting aside your personal family difficulties and problems and responsibilities. It shows your conviction. It shows your commitment. It shows your involvement. It shows your determination for this organization. For that, once again, we salute you, comrades. Comrades, this convention is being held in the background of two important developments. On one side, we are celebrating in this Jubilee year the 80 years of our beloved organization, AIBEA. We are also celebrating the platinum jubilee of our own beloved federation. We are also observing with gratitude and celebrating the centenary birth of our beloved leaders, Comrade Sampath, Comrade Sushil Ghosh, Comrade Tarkeshwar Ghosh, who gave us so much for this organization. And in the midst of this celebration, we are also facing the other side, the challenges being posed by the government policies. And I'm sure the celebration and inspiration that we get in this convention and in part of this celebration will give us a confidence to face these challenges and to convert these challenges into opportunities. Comrades, we are holding this convention in this beautiful city of Kerala. And thanks to the State Federation as well as to our own unit, they have done a wonderful arrangement. Salute to both of them and to all the comrades. Kerala comrades, every now and then we are known as a God's own country. And the place that we are meeting here today, Kochi, is known as Queen of Arabian Sea. Kerala has been blessed by God, by its natural beauties, from mountain to hill station, to beaches to backwaters, you name it, their culture, their biodiversity. That is why it is called God's own country. But when we meet in this convention, when I go to the history of the movement, the 80 years of AIBEA, the 75 years of Federation, I am proud and I am with conviction to say that my AIBEA, my Federation is God's own association, is God's own union. Because in the history of the movement of AIBEA, in the history of the movement of our Federation, it has provided us everything from improving the welfare of the members, from giving us secure service condition, from taking care and strengthening the public sector bank, and also taking the interests of the nation. And that is why I am proud to say AIBEA is God's own union. So when everything is provided to us by the Federation, by the AIBEA, secured condition of wages, better wages, secure service condition, social security, dignity of life, the question before us, before all of us should be, what is then the purpose of this convention? Why are we meeting here today? And when I pose this question to myself, I am reminded of a story which I have read some years ago of one grandson and one grandfather. And a grandson asked his grandfather one day, Dada, every day I get up in the morning, I go to school, I study and come. And this is repeated every day. What is the purpose of my life? What is the purpose of my studies? And this grandfather takes his grandson into a room. The room was totally dark. And he asked the grandson, can you see anything? The grandson says, I can't see anything. I can see some filling of figures, but I can't see anything. Then the grandfather lights a candle and asks him, can you see now? He said, yes, I can see now. And the grandfather then told the grandson, my dear child, God has blessed you with this life. This life is a gift of God to you. You are blessed by God with different talent. The education is to improve this talent. And after improving this talent, after living your life, be the light to the world. Be a light to remove the darkness of injustice. Be a light to remove the darkness of exploitation, to bring peace in this world. Today when we meet here, this convention also, comrade, for all of us to be the light of the Federation, to the light of AIBEA, to remove the darkness of injustice in the society, in the banking industry, and in our nation, comrades. And to do that, I have got only 3 parameters which I'll briefly share with you, comrades. The first thing, in this convention, I'm aware that when you start the deliberation, in your discussion, you will be talking about your own problem, about the difficulties that you are facing at the branches, about some of you not getting your request transferred, about some of you who are pressurized to do the work, some of you who have to wait late, some of you who are facing harassment, for some of you who are facing the abuse of the customer. Yes, you have a right to express this. But at the same time, this convention is made and called by the Federation to convert you from the agonizing position to organizing position, from complaining position to the leadership position to fight the challenges which you are facing at your branches and in the bank. This is the purpose. And for that, comrade, the first thing that you need to do, be an informed member. Gather knowledge. Knowledge is a big garden, comrade. Unless you cultivate it, you don't get the fruits of it. And in AIBEA, in the Federation, because of the hard work of the leaders of this movement, we have got a bipartite settlement. We have got service condition all regulated and codified. Read it, comrade. Acquire the knowledge. Acquire the knowledge of the industry. Acquire knowledge of the laws of the land. Acquire the provision that is there for your benefit in the Constitution, in the laws of the land. Once you acquire this knowledge, you can turn to be a very good leader, comrade. This is the first message of this convention, comrade, to acquire knowledge. The second message of the convention, or the purpose of the convention, comrade, to fight for your rights. In this country today, comrades, we have a constitution providing a dignity, a right to life with a right to dignity of life. We have in our banks bipartite settlement. We have got every settlement. Unfortunately, whether in the country or in the bank, implementation is the issue. Interpretation by the management is a different issue. The challenges come in the implementation. And the implementation will come whether in the society, whether laws of the land or in the banking industry, if we fight together. So learn to fight, comrade. If you don't fight for rights now, you will not have a right to cry over what you lost, comrade. Remember this. This is the second message. The third message of this convention, comrade, as you enjoy your right, fight for the rights of the unorganized sector, comrades. On the 9th of July, we'll be going on strike, a call given by the Central Trade Union, comrade. The purpose of this strike call of Central Trade Union, comrades, is to fight against the government policies, the policies which are bringing victimization, the policies which are increasing the distress, the policies which are increasing the unemployment, the policies which are bringing injustice, the policies which are increasing exploitation in the society. And that is why AIBEA is rightly and decisively decided to join this strike, comrade. But as we fight for in the CTU, in the Central Trade Union along with them, we have to remember the language of the union is solidarity. The vast number of unorganized sectors are there. They don't have any service condition. They don't have proper wages. So much of discrimination in every respect. I was going to the circular issued very recently by AIBEA and a decision taken by the AIBEA Women Council demanding separate washroom in the banks. Till today, some separate washroom are not there. And I was reading some 2 weeks back a story which came from Delhi in a construction site. A pregnant woman who was working in a construction site, constructing the building, because of its nature's cause and urgency, she utilized the washroom of the building which is under construction. When the contractor came to know about it, she was dismissed from service on the same day, comrade. This is the state of discrimination, injustice in the organized sector. Who will fight for them, comrade? Our organization has given us everything. Many of us, including myself, we got everything on platter. They sacrificed their life. They lost a job to give us a secured wages. Today, when we are enjoying, thanks to this organization, thanks to these leaders, let us share what we have with the unorganized sector in different ways, by joining the movement of the Central Trade Union, or by supporting the other organizations, NGOs, to take care of this unorganized sector. And the last, comrade, message of this convention is remain united. All today what you have got is a gift of the united struggle, comrade. Unity and struggle go side by side. There are many I have seen who doesn't want struggle, who want everything ready-made. As Comrade Sundareshan, a veteran leader, recently wrote that many of our comrades want heaven without dying. To get a heaven, you have to die first. To get your right, you have to struggle first. To protect your wages, you have to struggle first. To save your rights and your privilege, you have to struggle first. Remain united on the banner of federation, on the banner of AIBA. Only this will give you the result, comrade. So with this, comrades, without taking much time, I once again greet you. The message is very clear. Remain united. Take the conviction, take the determination, take the confidence of this convention. Go back to your branches. Go back to your banks to carry on this message and live the message, to remain united and to fight. For this, comrade, we from the Federation, the leadership of the Federation, have immense hope, have immense confidence on each and every one of you. And I'm sure once you go back, you will be the light in the banking industry. You will be light in the society. You will be light of the Federation. You will be light of AIBA. This confidence I have. And for that, I wish you all the best. Thank you, comrades. Comrades, as we know, one of the important part of this inaugural session is the inauguration of our convention. And we are very privileged today that we have with us today Comrade Vahida Nizam, who is going to inaugurate this conference, who is the National Secretary of AITUC. And you know, AITUC is the mother of all trade unions. AITUC was formed in 1920. Today they are celebrating 125 years, and AITUC has always been the supporter of AIBA. In every struggle of AIBA, AITUC has been there. And today we are really privileged that we have the eminent presence of Comrade Vahida Nizam, who has worked tirelessly, not only to the trade union movement, but even otherwise, particularly for the unorganized sector. And therefore, she'll share with us her experiences. She'll share with us with her wisdom. Let us listen to her and get motivated from her speech. Comrade Vahida Nizam, please.
Good morning, dear comrades. I am immensely pleased to be inaugurating this 4th Women's Convention of the Federation of Bank of India Staff Union. It's my privilege to be a part of this convention. I bring the revolutionary greetings of AITUC, which is in its 105th year of reasonable and revolutionary presence in this country. I also was a member of AIBEA. I was a bank employee. I worked for Andhra Bank. When I retired, thanks to Nirmala Sitharaman, the bank mergers, and when I retired, however much, I wanted to be a retiree from Andhra Bank. Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman never wanted it. So I retired from Union Bank of India. And I can proudly say today, in front of you all, that I was a member of the Working Women Council of AIBA when it was first founded in the year 1995 in Bombay. So today my memories for a moment go back to those days when I was in 1995 in Bombay, representing the Tamil Nadu contingent. We all gathered in Bombay, and like how we were, we took special interest in dressing up, and you know, being a part of that gathering. It's a festive mood. Of course, it is our union, our organization, and it is our convention, so we take special interest. So those memories come back to me today when I see the entire mosaic of Indian pluralism demonstrated here with girls from Pune dressed up in their traditional attire with a turban, and of course the Kerala comrades in their mundu. West Bengal I'm seeing in their Bengali, saris. And of course, you know, each one in your respective regional attires. This is the union. This is the plurality of this country. This is what India means. This is the essence of the very idea of India. That is what we represent here, and that is the responsibility with which we are gathered here to understand what is our responsibility. Your responsibility as bank women, your responsibility as women of the middle class trade unions is immense. It is too much, really, on your shoulders, too much in today's world, in today's India. Comrades, when we meet here today, somewhere in the part of the globe, there are bombs, there is war, people are dying, children are dying. Starvation is used as a weapon to kill a section of the people. It is not I who say starvation is used as a weapon. It is the statement by the United Nations. The Human Rights Commission of United Nations, when they went to Palestine, they came back and said, it's horrible. It's horrible. Starvation is used as a weapon. In the 21st century, when we are here, when artificial intelligence is trying to captivate us and capture us, when somebody like Elon Musk is planning for a tour to Mars, picnic to Mars, that kind of development in the technology. When this is happening, this world is also seeing children dying of starvation, children losing their lives to bombs, women dying of hunger, of poverty, countries battling against each other, warring against each other for the sake of power, imperialist power. It is only you and I, it is only you who have learned, who have had the privilege of getting education, can understand and perceive as to what is happening in the world. When America and Israel join together and impose aggression on the countries, when Israel captures Palestine, when Israel attacks Iran, and America supports. It is not something that is happening in isolation in the world. It is not something that we sit here as onlookers and see, okay, this is happening in some part of the world. I'm not, in any way affected. No, my dear comrades, we are affected. Our country is affected. The last person in this country of 146 crore population is affected. We are affected. The humanity is affected. We are a part of this humanity. It is necessary for us to understand as to what is happening. It is happening against the humanity, which we cannot tolerate, which AIBEA shall not tolerate, because AIBEA is an organization that is founded with a social conscience, with a political conscience, with a social perspective, just not to get few more thousands or few more hundreds for our salaries. No, it's just not the objective of AIBEA. AIBEA's objective is commendable, comprehensive, and large, involving the entire humanity. Therefore, it matters to us when something is happening. How does when it matters to us, what is expected of us is expression of solidarity. The whole world is expressing solidarity. Therefore, it is also our responsibility to express solidarity, to make people wake up to the reality. India wasn't this. India was not this India today. India was a country committed to non-alignment. India's foreign policy was committed to Palestine having its own land. Mahatma Gandhi, none less than Mahatma Gandhi, he had said, Palestine belongs to Palestine. So give it to them, do not war. This was said in 1938, even before that was formed. So that is a legacy, comrades, of us, of AIBEA. This is happening in the world, and this impact is there on India. In India, what is the situation that we face? Your industry is a part of the entire gamut, yes. But you also, please remember, comrades, you are the most privileged section of women in this country. You know you belong to the minuscule 3% of the women workers, just 3% of the women workers who are in the organized sector, who get everything guaranteed in the Constitution, in the Indian Constitution. Equality, justice, equal pay for equal work, and also privileges for emancipation of women, like maternity benefit, like anything and everything. You belong to that minuscule section of 3%, which means 97% of women workers in this country are not on par with you. They are definitely not on par with you. They do not have guaranteed job. They do not have guaranteed work. You bank employees are the most privileged. When the price rise pinches the stomachs, of course it pinches us also, but there is some compensation for us. I have seen AIBEA circulars. When the AIBEA circular of DNS allowance comes, on the sidelines there is a small box which also talks about the actual price rise and how it impacts the workers in the unorganized sector. I have seen that. I don't know if it is like continuing now like that. that is to make us aware as to where we are and where the rest of the women workers are. So we get compensated. AIBA workers and also a pensioner like me, of course, we also get compensated. We have the guarantee. The man gets the same, man bank employee gets the same salary and the woman bank employee gets the same salary. ऐसा ही होना है, इसमें क्या है, फर्क क्या है? ऐसे ही आप लोग सोचेंगे. This is how we think, isn't it? तो क्या? This is equality. लेकिन this equality is not available to the entire country, in spite of the fact that there is something called Equal Remuneration Act in this country. This is not available. This is available to AIBA, thanks to AIBA, which has fought and got this right from its inception. When this is the case, AIBA, we can proudly say, it's one of the largest industry-based trade union, majority trade union. You're the largest. No other industry in this country has such large membership like you. No other industry in this country still enjoys what is called bipartisan. No other industry. Along with bank people, insurance used to have their bipartisan. Now insurance bipartite is running into rough weather. Some insurance companies have not signed their wages. This is bipartisan even going into the rough weather. While this is happening, you also are facing difficulties. Yesterday when I was talking to Savitri and Sangeeta, Ambujam, they had come to receive me in the airport. When we were talking, they were saying certain things which was shocking to me, that they were new to me. Of course, I know that there is something called contract work, apprenticeship and all that having come into the banking industry also. And the kind of the direct exercise of the finance ministry into the banks. This is something that you should reject outright. You have to reject outright, and you have the capacity to do that because you belong to AIBA. Reject it outright. They have no business because you have bipartisan. Bank people have got what is bipartite, and the finance ministry does not have a business to intervene directly. But that is happening in this country. Why is this happening in this country? When we talk about our rights, when I say my right, it comes from the bottom of my heart. मेरे पेट में से भी आता है जब मैं मेरा हक के बारे में बात करती हूँ. मेरा हक जो है, my right is something that we together fought and got. Nobody gave to us on a silver platter. No. The Indian constitution that we have today is the constitution that ensures justice, equality and fraternity. That is the essence of our constitution. The pillar of our constitution is secularism. Unity in diversity is a pride of our country. That is a unity, when I first said, that is seen today. We do not have any narrow parochial divisions between us. All of us are here as AIBA people, as workmen of AIBA, as women of AIBA. We do not have any other divisions. So this is it. But today we are seeing that under danger. We are seeing that in danger. Our democracy today is in danger. When we are talking about our rights that we won in the Constitution, comrades, we must understand what Indian Constitution means. It did not just come in a day or two. The Constituent Assembly was there for almost 3 years. 3 years, Constituent Assembly worked on our Constitution. There were 175 sessions of debate for the Indian Constitution. It was after so many debates, taking into account and consideration the pluralistic ethos of this country, the pluralistic culture of this country, that we, the people of India, the Constitution that the world is today seeing with so much of pride, has come into being. That constitutional right is today under attack. The democracy that was founded on that is under attack. And that attack is something which is falling on AIBEA also. It is not in isolation. It is the ideology of attacking the constitutional rights is percolating down to the sectors. That is what we are seeing. Therefore, when we fight for our rights, when we fight for our bipartisan, when we fight for our right to transfer, when we fight for our right to work, when we fight for our right to have a permanent work, then we are fighting our constitutional right, our democratic right. Why do I say that our democracy is in danger? It is not I who say that. It is just not AITUC, it is just not AIBEA which says that. No. There is an agency called VDEM in the world, Variety of Democracy, that says that is called VDEM. It's an international agency. It does its work. It understands how democracy works. And that VDEM has said since 2021. In 2021, VDEM said Indian democracy is a flawed democracy. We used to go wherever we go, on the international platforms. I've had a very happy privilege of being together with Ambujam and Richa Gandhi. All of us were together in Senegal. In Senegal, yeah. We were there together in Senegal, WFTU, World Federation of Trade Unions meeting. So wherever we go, people would say, oh, you're from India. From India, Gandhi's land. And political people would say, what a vibrant democracy. So we used to, hold our head high and say, yes, I'm from India. Because from India, the democracy is a vibrant democracy. But today the VDEM says it's a flawed democracy. In 2021, it said it is a flawed democracy. In 23, VDEM said it's a electoral autocracy. Electoral autocracy. We should understand what it means. And in 2024, VDEM says, we have not seen this kind of an autocracy in the last 10 years in any country. This is the assessment made by the world agencies. Well, when democracy is in peril, what happens to the people? The democratic rights that are allowed, that are guaranteed, are not implemented. That is what we are seeing around us. That is what we are seeing around us. Unemployment, price rise. When we say in the banking sector, don't we know in the last decade there has not been adequate recruitment? You are seeing your work on an average, maybe a bank a clerical staff would be paid about 1 lakh per month. Yeah? 1 lakh? All put together, maybe nearly that. So we are the creamy layer, you see, thanks to AIBEA. So your work, the work that you do, is done by a contract worker, or at least that is in the process of being handed over to a contract worker. Why? no incumbencies. The contract worker does your work for a paltry sum of 15,000 or 20,000 without any other benefit. No LFC, no PF, no ESI, no bonus, no gratuity, no job security. He or she doesn't know. Today he has a job. Tomorrow he doesn't know whether his contractor would have him to do the work or not. This contractorization, casualization, apprenticeship, this is not for somebody else, comrades. This is for our children, for our next generation. When I came into the banking industry, I wrote the Banking Sector Recruitment Board, BSRB exam, and came. When you all came, that had undergone a change. You also came through competitive exams, but it had undergone a change. And now there is another change of the management is going to the campus and taking the candidates from the campus. And that too on a contract basis. No permanent incumbency, on a contract basis. And it is here we are saying that there is the constitutional guarantee is violated. How do we say that the constitutional guarantee is violated? There is an act called Contract Workers Abolition and Regularization Act in India. What does that act say? That act says any work of permanent and perennial nature should be a regular work. A banking work, a person sitting in a bank, receiving cash, paying cash, giving loans, issuing a DD, issuing RTGS, NEFT, anything. This is all banking activity for the people. So that is a permanent job and it is a perennial job. How can it be given on contract basis? So that commitment is here diluted. The commitment given by the act, the legal commitment. What is legislation? What is a law? A law is something that is brought as an essence out of the constitutional commitment. It doesn't come from any air. It comes out of the constitutional commitment. And the Constitution gives the commitment that any person or in India, any person in the working age group. What is the working age group? 16 to 22. I mean 62. 16 to 62. Any person in the working age group wants to work. It is a responsibility of the government to provide employment. Provide employment, not this kind of an employment. Provide a decent work. Provide a decent work. And give them salary. Our Indian Constitution even talks of living wages, not just minimum wages. You are all in the living, not even in the living wage, much beyond that. Much, much beyond the living wage. You know, in this country, people do not get even minimum wages. 97% of women workers languishing in the unorganized sector do not get even what is called minimum wages. Therefore, comrade, for contract workers to come in is a violation of constitutional commitment, is a violation of the Contract Workers Act, and it is in violation of the commitment that the Constitution gives to its people. It is a responsibility of the state to generate employment, and that employment has to be a decent employment with guaranteed social security, guaranteed job, guaranteed wage, which is not given. That is something which AIBEA is fighting for. When you are fighting for recruitment, you are fighting for permanent recruitment, not for contract. Therefore, you are a part of fighting to preserve the Constitution. You are fighting, AIBEA is fighting to protect Indian democracy, like how AIBEA has fought for nationalization. Banks nationalization came in because of AITUC and AIBEA fighting together, demanding together. And today, what is nationalization meaning to the people of this country. You know better. You are people in the banks. You know better. When I was in the bank, for a person to get education loan, I fought for one auto rickshawala's son. He got his admission in engineering college. He had come for loan. You know and I know and all comrades, all of us know what is the criteria for a education loan. Up to 4 lakhs, you're not asking for collateral security. An education loan means what? The candidate will take the loan. He or she will study. After studying, when they get into the job, they will start repaying 6 months or after you get the job, as soon as, whichever is earlier. This is a criteria, that's all. And the repayment responsibility falls on the borrower, who is the student. This is it, है ना? इसमें तो कोई issue नहीं है, problem नहीं है, लेकिन the manager outright refused just because that candidate was a son of an auto rickshaw driver. The manager tells me, no, madam, we can't give loan to these people and run after them. Instead of giving 4 lakhs to this person, I can give a huge big loan to a corporate and my recovery would be faster and my interest also would be more, so my bank performance would go up. This, in spite of being under nationalization. Imagine a private bank, would they give? Education loan is just on that, portfolio. Is that being given? How much is being given? What is? So this is our responsibility. It was AIBEA which brought out the list of defaulters and presented it in the parliament. When the General Secretary of AITUC, Comrade Gurudas Das Gupta, was in the parliament, Comrade Tarak Da gave him the list of defaulters, and it was placed in the parliament. It was placed in the parliament, but the parliament till today has not had the gumption to speak about the defaulters in this country. Comrades, you know 25 lakh NPAs have been written off in the last 5 to 6 years. 25 lakh crores. This is not I who say out of air. This was the reply given by the Ministry of Finance, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, in the floor of the parliament. 25 lakh crores. Whose loan is this? How much of education loan is written off? You people know, sitting in the banks, how much of education loan is defaulted? How much of education loan becomes NPA? Bank of India, I don't know, Indian Overseas Bank and State Bank of India, as far as I know. I don't know about the other banks. Indian Overseas Bank sold its education loan NPAs to Reliance Reconstruction Committee, Asset Reconstruction Committee. Reliance Asset Reconstruction Committee, 1,094 crore education loans given to Reliance Asset Reconstruction Committee for a mere 308 crores. And that should be collected from the defaulters and then repaid here. And look at the concession that is given to Reliance. And what does Reliance ARC do? In Tamil Nadu, in Madurai, which I know, there should be cases elsewhere also. In Tamil Nadu, in Madurai district, there was a student, his name was Lallan. He was not able to repay the loan however much he wanted to. How will they repay the loan? They are supposed to get work. A student takes a loan thinking that he or she would get a job and then start repaying. Today there is no employment, there is no job. How will they start repaying? But State Bank of India and also the Indian Bank, when they called for recruitment, they said you should not have loans in your name. How tricky? How ridiculous? Is it not ridiculous? You give me the loan, yes, I study, and after studying I should get a job to repay. I don't get a job. Okay, then now when I have to apply for the job, you say I should not have a loan on my head. How is it possible? Isn't it ridiculous? So when Lenin, this boy who took a loan and was not able to repay because he did not get a job, Reliance people harassed him to the extent they threatened, if you are not repaying the loan, we will come inside your house. They put up, we know this is happening with the banks. They put the photograph of the students and hang it in front of the bank branches. When this was done, this boy was forced to commit suicide. He hanged himself in shame. A boy, educated boy, for no fault of his. It was not his fault that he did not go to work because the work was not available to him. No employment was available to him. And you don't give him time to repay the loan or the kind of concession that you give to Reliance Asset Reconstruction Company, you're not willing to give it to the student. Instead of giving that concession to the Asset Reconstruction Company, why don't you give it to the student and say, okay, 50% of your loan is written off, 50% of your loan you repay over a period of 4 years or 5 years. Why should this not be done? Why do we lose the lives of people like Lenin because of your fault, because of the fault of the government policy? This is something, for me, I see in the media reports. But for you, you are seeing it in the banks. Respond and react and bring it out for the people to know. This is the policy. And people like Lenin are not somewhere else. People like Lenin are like our children. What happens to our children? Maybe for the bank employees, because we belong to the creamy section, our children can study and go abroad for masters. They can move and settle pretty much. But what about people here, the not so privileged section? That is for them that we raise the voice. When 25 lakh crores is written off, what happens to the laws that are brought in for the sake of big companies? Airline crash happened. Air India loan was written off. Air India was sold to Tata for a song. AIBEA came out with a beautiful, circular as to how much was written off, how much was the benefit given to Tata. And Tata flew the planes of Air India, the old, fleet, and 242 people die. This is for the hunger of private capital who want to make money in spite of putting the lives in danger. This is happening around us. This is for us to understand. The contract work, it is for us to understand who is being deprived. Our next generation is being deprived. Next generation, do they have a permanent job? Can we think of our children entering into the banking industry like we did? Can we think of our children having the bipartite settlement like we have been having? Can we think of our children enjoying the benefits of the leave fare concession that our predecessors had got for us? Can we think of all those things? If we sleep, if we do not raise our voice against it, raise our voice with conviction. Because it is not something that was given to us on a silver platter. We fought and got it. Our predecessors fought and got it. All these people whose photographs and portraits are kept here, they toiled for us to get it here. And it is our responsibility to protect it. When we fight for protecting that, we fight for protecting the Indian Constitution and Indian democracy, which is enshrined, which gives equality and justice to all. This is our responsibility. Our responsibility to turn to the other side today and see what India is. India is not the kind of, third largest, economic power in the world. No. Let us not fool ourselves. this is all for the politicians to make their rhetorics. If India is the third largest economic power, do we ask, why is 80 crore people being given free grains? Why 80 crore people are given free grains in this country if India is the largest economic power? They should have their work, they should earn, they should be able to go to the market, buy their own, food. Why should they be given free food? 80 crore out of 146 crore people. Why the United Nations Human Development Index is showing India among the African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, not just African countries, among the sub-Saharan African countries in Human Development Index. Why is it? Why in India, women during delivery, childbirth, die out of anemia? Why do women die out of anemia when they go for childbirth? Why in India, infant mortality rate is high, which means the child that is born dies, which cannot sustain. Why does a child die? Infant mortality rate in India is also high. India is not reaching to the development goals. Why is that happening in India? You know, in this country, on one day, hunger and malnutrition deaths account for 4,700 per day. When we are talking here, as we are sitting here in this hall, we've had a good breakfast. All of us have the privilege. Our children are happy. Our grandchildren are happy. They have everything. But in this country, our own brothers and sisters are dying of hunger and starvation, and the reports say there are 4,500 children dying of hunger and malnutrition. There are hunger deaths in this country. A court, Ahmedabad court, has a case of starvation death. सोचिए कॉमरेड, एक बच्चा भूख के मारे मर रहा है. With hunger, कितना रो पड़ेगा? How the child would cry and die. This is the reality. This is happening in this country. And why is this happening? And Indian children are stunted. We don't know that today. We don't know that today. Because their growth is stunted, and that their brain growth is not adequate will be reflected after 10 years or 15 years when they go to the universities and schools and colleges. Their brain growth is stunted. Why is the brain growth stunted? Because not adequate protein intake. Why no protein intake? Because of price rise. On the one side, they don't have work. If they work, they don't have the wages. When they don't have wages on the one side, on the other side, price is increasing, and therefore they're not able to buy. In a month, when they buy 1 kilo ka tur dal, 1 kg tur dal they were able to get last year. This year they are not able to get 1 kg tur dal. They will be able to get only half a kg tur dal. But the children's requirement, when they grow, increases. These people's wages low down, price increases. How will they meet the ends? This is the reality of this country, comrade. This is the reality. And these people do not have a voice. They are scattered all around us. Those people who we are talking about, the people in the unorganized sector, the people, domestic workers, every one of you would have a domestic worker, at least one domestic worker with you in your house. That domestic worker is a worker. He or she is a worker under the Industrial Dispute Act, like you are covered under Industrial Dispute Act, and that domestic worker is also comes under Industrial Dispute Act as a worker. When we as Industrial Dispute Act workers are able to fight for our rights, do we give them the right? Do they have what is called minimum wage? They are entitled for minimum wage. They are entitled for weekly off. They are entitled for provident fund. They are entitled for bonus. They are entitled for gratuity. All these things are ensured to them just because they are worker as per Industrial Dispute Act. But that is denied to them. That is denied to them, even our own workers in our houses, the domestic workers. The workers who are sitting at home and doing the, home-based workers, doing the work, sitting inside the houses, they are workers. The construction workers, they are workers. These are all women. And ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, midday meal workers, millions of them in this country, all women workers. They do not get anything, no maternity benefit either. We are saying in this country, when you go out and say, we have a maternity benefit act. The maternity benefit act, gives me 6 months of leave with all wage protection and everything. When you are eligible for an increment, yes, you are given increment. Everything is given. Maternity benefit act. Is that given to the 98% of other women? No, it is not given. They need your voices, comrade. They need your voice. Lend them your voice. This is a commitment that AIBEA has to the country. It was with this commitment AIBEA asked for nationalization. Even while the fruits of nationalization have not reached the entire country, there is an attack on nationalization. There is an attack on nationalization in the sense that the spirit of nationalization is not implemented. Do you give priority sector lending the way you used to give? What is the Reserve Bank of India's priority sector lending statistics? Jewel loan is included in the priority sector. Why jewel loan? You should be knowing those working in the urban areas. In the urban areas, rich people with lots of gold come in, take the jewel loan under subsidized rate of interest. That should go to the priority sector lending, to those deserving people. How many deserving people get the priority sector lending? No. Why is a change in that policy? Why is that urban lending, jewel loan lending given to big people with subsidized rate of interest and deserving people are denied that? You should raise your voices. AIBEA should make it known to the public. Look, you are eligible. You raise it. We are with you. We are giving you the information. We are with you. You raise it and you be in the forefront. You have to be in the forerunners, in the forefront. That is being now defeated. The loans that should be given to them is now being denied to the people. Even while nationalization is there, why would the private bank give it? Why, when Indian Bank doesn't give, Bank of India doesn't give, Canara Bank doesn't give, or anybody, it is not that you don't want to give, your manager doesn't want to give. No, it is a policy. It is a policy. What will they do? This is a policy. But this policy has to be challenged. And that can be challenged with your awareness, with AIBEA being on the forefront. Just as how AIBEA is bringing out the list of defaulters, time and again saying, showing the hands, this. In recently also, Comrade C.H. Venkachalam had come out how Vijay Mallya was wanting to repay the loan and how that system happened. All these things were happening. It was AIBEA which brought out and said what Nirav Modi did. What Nirav Modi did, we did not know. I mean, Aam Aadmi could not understand what it is. It is AIBEA which is able to bring out. It is the responsibility, comrade. It is just not the responsibility for the women. For the women of bank, your responsibility is much more. Because just as we say, women have multiple roles and you have to balance to come to work and all. It is just not the multiple role in the society. Your role is multiple in the trade union movement also. To lend your voice to the voiceless women workers languishing in the unorganized sector. Comrade, you all must have seen in the report that in Bid district in Maharashtra, there are women from Maharashtra, you know, Bid district. In the Bid district, there are sugarcane fields. Women work in the sugarcane fields. They work on contract basis. When they work, when they get their menstrual cycle, when they get their menstruation, they cannot go to work for a day or two. When they have, you know, excessive bleeding or something, they cannot go to the field and do the work. If they don't go to the field and do the work, the employer sends them off. He says, if you are not coming continuously to work, you will not be given employment. So you know what the women do? The women have removed their uterus. The women have gone, the fertile women, not the women after the menopause. The women, the fertile women, are forced to go and remove their uteruses for the sheer reason that they are denied employment during their period of menstruation, and denial of that employment means denial of food to their children at home. Therefore, they remove the uteruses. How grave the situation is. It is just not that in the sugarcane industry, it is just not that in the bead. I know the place where I come from in Tamil Nadu. There are places where textile work, hosiery work, women sit and do the work. When they sit and do the work during the period of menstruation, when they have pain, supposing they go once or twice to the restroom, the employer denies them work and says, you keep going like this. Therefore, the women during that season, they take medicines to postpone their menstrual period, which reflects in their childbirth, which reflects in their health. Is this what is a maternity benefit meant for in this country? Is this a social responsibility that is enshrined in the Indian Constitution? Is this? They are forced to do it due to poverty, due to unemployment. They are not protected. They should be protected. The employer should have a fear. Suppose I do it, the government will take the action against me. The employer should have that fear. Suppose I do this to the woman. Suppose I deny work and salary to the woman during her menstrual period. Then the state would take me to task and they may deny me the license or something like that. Some fear the employer should have, but the employer does not have any fear. This is just not the case of the women in the sugarcane field. This is also the case of women in the IT sector. We are looking up, our children are in the IT sector. What is the condition of our women, our children in the IT sector? You know there are statistics coming out today to say that there are lots of suicides in the IT sector. Children are put to mental stress. Stress is something which I have never come across in my lifetime. Depression is something which I have never heard of. Depression, we use it somewhere. But depression and mental stress is something today everybody is using. It has come in the general parlance because our children are stressed due to work in the IT sector. They do not have time even to think of themselves. The infertility rate is increasing among the children. This is a part of that stress and depression. This is not somewhere else happening. This is happening among us and it is happening to our children. And who have to raise the voices? It is we. It is we who are protected. We have to raise our voices. National Crime Records Bureau today says that there are deaths, suicides among the unorganized sector workers due to poverty. Due to poverty. I said hunger, children are dying of hunger and starvation. When a mother looks at the child dying of hunger and malnutrition, how will the mother live? The mother too commits suicide. This is happening not in sub-Saharan Africa. This is happening in India, among us. Somewhere among us, somewhere in this country, somebody is dying of hunger. Somebody is dying of poverty. This is happening among us. Who raises the voice for them? We have to raise our voice, comrade. Lend our voices. Lend our voices. When we go on strike, we can go on strike. It is AIBEA. You should be proud that AIBEA never asked for compensation of their wages on a day when they go for strike. You lose your wages and go for strike. Hats off to AIBEA. You lose your wages. You never demand your wages on the day of strike. You accept, yes, no work, no pay. And I give up I don't work today because I want to show my protest. This is what you say. So when you show your protest to protect the women in the unorganized sector, to protect the worker in the unorganized sector, to protect the guarantees that are given in the Constitution for our children, for the future of this country. When we struggle, when the whole country, the central trade unions together, struggle together, this is very unfortunate that in our country, we never have come across after the British. When the British was here, British was employing the divide and rule policy, dividing us on the lines of community, on the lines of religion. And today, that is again here, which is the most unfortunate. This is not India. This is not the idea of India. The very fulcrum of this country is the unity in diversity and the secularist ethos. AIBEA has never been the AIBEA of any section. No other trade union had been. Union is a union, a unity. But there are onslaughts coming on that. There is a fear, there is a danger of the working people being divided on the caste lines and communal lines. We have to exercise caution. This country debated for 165 days to bring about this constitution. The constitution that takes care of every section of this country, every section, and also the women specifically of this country. That equality is now under tremendous attack. We have to exercise caution. We have to remain as one. That is a unity, that is our strength. The knowledge is our power. Acquire knowledge. Know what is happening around you and know how that is impacting not just you as a worker and tomorrow's generation who would be workers. And imagine an India where the educated youth do not have work. When an educated youth does not have work to do, what will happen to that mind, that idle mind? That is dangerous. That is not elsewhere, that is among us. How do we face it? How do we do it? You have an excellent platform. AIBEA has provided an excellent platform for women. Women Council. It was AIBEA which first formed the women's committees. No other trade union in this country had formed women's committees. No other trade union had given a platform for women to discuss your issues. When we started discussing the issues of women in the unorganized sector. We discussed the issues of domestic workers, discussed the issues of construction workers, discussed the issues of agricultural workers, discussed as to why they are denied their minimum wages. What is the minimum wage that we are demanding for them is just 26,000 per month, which is just not anything that came to my mind or anybody else's mind. It is a scientific formula that is posed in front of us by the Minimum Wages Act, by a Supreme Court judgment in the Ramprakash and Brett, which says just 3 living units, 3 consumption units to live in this country, to have minimum calorie of 2,200 kilocalorie per day to live, we need 26,000 rupees. You know in this country what is the minimum that is required to be below the poverty line is just 8,000 rupees. To be below the poverty line in the international standards. In Indian standards, it is much, much less. There are people in this country who do not have even 100 rupees per day. There are people and they are workers like us, like how we are workers under Industrial Disputes Act. Comrades, we have lots of things around us, lots of atrocities around us, lots of inequalities around us. It's a huge inequality. The inequality which you also have started to experience in your industry between the clerical and the management. Yesterday, comrades were telling me something about PLI, profit-linked incentives. The profit-linked incentive, a huge, gulf between the management and the clerical. Why? For the bank to earn profit, we put in our efforts as equally as the manager or anybody, whoever is doing it. That is the basic reasonable equality. Reasonable equality which AIBEA has so far been maintaining, but that is under attack. When this is the inequality that is percolating in the entire cross-section of Indian society. Therefore, comrades, understand what is happening around us. Creation, you know definitely, because AIBEA has provided you with the wherewithal to understand. AIBEA has provided you a platform to discuss and understand. Discuss and understand as to what we would be doing. While I am saying about the unorganized sector, it is for you to understand the reality. But understanding the reality from your section, you will certainly be able to support the women and the workers and the entire Indian community, entire India, to earn their right through the banking sector where we are. Therefore, raise it. Never fear to raise anything. Never fear. AIBEA is there to protect you. AIBEA is behind you to protect, and AIBEA has given you the wherewithal to stand up and fight against injustice. Fight against injustice. Never give up. Never give up. This is something that you carry with you. The injustices around you, injustices against you in your work, injustices against the humanity that is surrounding you has to be stood up and asked. That is a challenge. Reserve Bank of India today, you should be asking, why Reserve Bank of India for the last 5 years have been giving away the reserve contingency fund in the Reserve Bank of India? What is a reserve contingency fund? Why in the last 5 years so much of amount is given away to the government? Why? What happens when the contingency sum is taken away? That is a shock absorber. The others do not know. The banking people, you know. You discuss about it. That pertains to the country. That pertains to the economy of the country. When others say the economy is in peril, they just say it as a statement. You as bank people know as to why it is in peril. When it is in peril, you as bank people know how the policy should be intervened to be brought on rail to protect the economy from going into doldrums. You have to raise it. You have the responsibility. And today, your responsibility, your action, your understanding is something that is the most needed in this country. You are the voice of the voiceless. Please raise your voice for the voiceless. Please raise the voice for the woman who does not have a penny on hand to feed her baby. Please raise the voice for the woman who wants to give education to her son or her daughter and does not have a free education in this country. Free education is enshrined in the Constitution. Demand free education. I am not saying you pay the fees. I am saying all of us raise the voice to protect the free education for the domestic worker would not be able to pay the kind of fees that the schools are asking for. Because she cannot pay the fees that the schools are asking for, her child would go uneducated. Please raise a voice. All of us need to raise a voice. We need to raise a voice for the construction worker who carries bricks on her head, even in spite of being 25-year-old pregnancy on her womb. She carries the child on her womb, and there is a law in this country that such pregnant women should neither be denied job nor should be asked to carry so much burden. When you see a woman, stand up and ask them, why are you giving this work to her? Give her light work. This is the voice that you give. When we give this voice, they gain confidence. That is the confidence that is needed today in this country, comrade. Every injustice around you should be fought, should be asked. We look at it every day around us. We have to raise our voice. Raising our voice is something that we do to protect the country, to protect Indian democracy, to protect humanity. That is the commitment with which nationalization was brought, and that nationalization today has to be protected. In your fight for this, you also fight together for the country. I request, I appeal to you to discuss, have a good discussion, come out with a good declaration. With that declaration, move forward with militancy, courage, commitment, and conviction. Wish you all the best. With these words, I feel proud to declare this convention inaugurated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Comrade Vahida Nizam, for your very inspiring and very informative address. Your sharing of the experience, some of the chilling cases that you have mentioned, will definitely inspire and instill in us the confidence to build a better world. Now, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to felicitate Comrade Nizam. So, comrades, it was a pleasure to have Comrade Nizam here to inaugurate our convention. So, on behalf of the Federation and Organizing Committee, it is equally our privilege and pleasure to felicitate her in this convention. Let us all join. Thank you. Comrade, before we go to the next speaker, two announcements, please. This inaugural function is shown live on YouTube. The link has been shared to each and every one of you. You can kindly share the link with your comrades in your own states. Being a holiday, they can watch this program. Secondly, a humble request to everyone. Kindly do not throw any waste in the floor. Our comrades, our volunteers will come with the waste, or there are, I think, dustbins. They will come. Kindly avoid that. Okay, comrades, now we go to the second speaker of the day. We are very happy that we have here with us Comrade Richa Gandhi. Those of you who have attended the latest 9th convention of AIBEA held in Ahmedabad in February, we know that in that convention, Comrade Richa Gandhi was a natural choice to be the convener of All India Bank Employees Women Council. And he is here today to share her views and to give us and to express her view to us on the various aspects, not only of bank employees movement, on other things. She is the State Secretary of the Canara Bank MP unit. She is a Central Committee member of the AIBEA. Comrade Richa Gandhi, please. Comrade, before Richa could speak, we know that at the end of the inaugural function, we will be starting the deliberation. Every unit will be given opportunity. We will try to accommodate as much as possible, but for the time being, 2 participants from each unit will do. So kindly give the chit to our volunteers so that we can prepare ourselves to call you at the end of the inaugural session. Thank you, Comrade. Comrade Richa, please.
Thank you, Comrade. Comrade P.M. Ambujam, Chairperson of the Reception Committee. Comrade Pereira, President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union. Comrade Vahida Nizam, National Secretary of AITUC. Comrade B. Ramprakash, Joint Secretary AIBEA. Comrade Sandeep Narayan, General Secretary of Bank of India Staff Union, Kerala Unit. Comrade P. Hemlata, President of Bank of India Staff Union, Kerala Unit. Comrade Dinesh Lallan, General Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions. Comrade T. V. Sivaramakrishnan, Chairman of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions. And respected comrades who are sitting on the dais and off the dais, and all a very big good morning to all the beautiful girls. Actually, I would say that Comrade Sandeep had welcomed all the beautiful girls, but he forgot to welcome all the handsome males also. Because without handsome males, I think the presence of all the women over here stacked up in the room full of all the women, as Vahida ma'am said, that when we get the women in such a number in single hall, it is a treat for us. So we cannot forget the male counterparts who are the handsome ones, and we are not the one who are discriminating between the beautiful and the handsome. So when we are talking about beautiful ones, we have to at the same time talk about the handsome males also, who have made this possible, who have made this women convention. So today when we talk about the women in banking industry, I would like to share some statistical data with you. With more number of women increasing day by day in banking, we are not only actually working, but we are becoming slowly, we are becoming the driving force of the banking sector. When we look at the figures, we'll find that approximately, I am giving approximate numbers only, around 13% or 20% officers, 33% clerical, and 11% around is the sub-staff, women present as a workforce in banking sector, which is still very less as the male counterparts globally if we talk, and in the Indian banking sector if we talk, which is only 33% present as compared to the 77% of male counterparts present in this sector. And if we generally talk about the other sectors also. So if we look at the figures, we'll just see that how
what a big major gap there is between the 77% and the 33%. It is quite difficult and to analyze that why this gap is so much big still in such a modernized, in modern ages, it's still the gap is so big. If we look at the developing countries, developed countries and emerging countries, we'll find that the ratio of this is very less. It is around 1:1. The gender ratio is around 1:1. If we talk about the counterparts of SEBI or RBIs in US, the gender ratio is almost 1:1. So if they have so much participation of women, then why can't the number of women increase in our country also, in all the other developing countries also? So it lies the responsibility of us, this number of women, how to increase the number of the participation, the women participation in the workforce. If we talk about a study, McKinsey study, we'll find that it stated that if the women workforce increased globally, the GDP could increase by $28,000 trillion in 2025. This study was given in 2015. So 10 years back when it was given, that time also it expressed explicitly that this could, the women workforce, participation of women workforce can make such a big change. Indeed, survey gives that only 28% women are holding the C-suite positions. Why this disparity is still there? Why this gender discrimination is still there? So this is the time when we have to churn our minds and think about how we have to bridge the gap. How we have to bridge the gap and how we have to come out with flying colors. When we talk about this, there are so many things which actually stop women or to take the privileged positions, and many things are there. We'll discuss, I'll talk about those things also, but we'll talk about more about what we have in ourselves so that we can reach to higher positions and we can educate other women also to reach to the same, to use her potential to the fullest. How can we bring that? So when we talk about this, we have career gaps also. During pandemics also, it becomes difficult for a woman to re-enter the workforce. Approximately 77% of women, 76% of women want to re-enter the workforce whenever they are taking the breaks. May it be the child care, may it be the traditional responsibilities, may it be the taking care of the elderly ones, it may be anything. But when they want to re-enter it, 66% of them are finding it difficult to re-enter the workforce. So why is it so? Why is the mindset, it's such a progressive mindset when we are having in this country, when we are a progressive country we are having, why still the mindset is not changing? Why when the women takes a break, why she is being taken for granted that she has to fulfill her duties at the household level only? Why it becomes difficult to again re-enter the workforce? Striking difference comes when we find the domestic, we have to balance both the things. As Vahida ma'am also said, that dual responsibilities we are having. When we are taking care of the household also, and we are taking care of the office chores also. But we are handling both the things beautifully actually. When we are working and when we see that our male counterparts are also working at a household, but even when both are working, still women bear more responsibilities. They shoulder more responsibilities. Maybe it taking care of the child, taking care of elders, anything, they bear more responsibility and there is no doubt about it. Sometimes actually it becomes so emotionally taxing that when she has clashes with her office chores and something comes up with a child in the school or something comes up with the traditional responsibility she has to bear at her home. She has to go through the social obligations. So why it is so? When we talk about the challenges of women in the banking sector or in a generalized view, when we talk about it, a random survey was done about 100 women. They just expressed their views that what they felt when they had been offered the leadership roles, or in generalized when they offered something to do to work or something. Every time 51% of them had expressed that they were reluctant in taking the leadership roles. 51%. Just believe that the total number are more than 50% of women were reluctant to take the leadership roles. That too because of the social obligations or the traditional responsibilities, or whenever they are being offered some leadership role, the first thing which strikes in their mind is that if I'll go out and what will happen to my kids or my family, who will take care of them? So this is the reason. Some shared that they feel biased. Some felt that they are being not considered equivalent to the male counterpart. Some felt that we are not given responsibilities. Why we are not given responsibilities? So these were the many things which were shared by women. But on the contrary, what I feel is that women have more power, and she has more power, and she is more towards the change. She is more transformational. When she is more transformational, why? This proves that she has more ability to take care of the team if she leads. If she is given the responsibility of the team, she will lead it in a better way. We are actually gainfully employed. When we are gainfully employed as a banker, as a woman working in banks, we are having every month we are getting salaries. Everyone is getting on the same date, we are getting the salaries, whether it be pandemic or something, every time we get the salary. So when we are gainfully employed, we have much more say in the family things also. We have a bigger say. We work, we give better living conditions to the family. We contribute towards the economic progress of the nation. So when we have so much power and we have we are socially more aware, we are economically independent. We know we have much more ways to pursue our dreams. We have much more ways. I was just looking at she's sitting, she's just taking the photograph. So I was just thinking that she has a camera and she's taking pics everywhere. So she's following her dreams actually. It is a passion which she is following. So she has an outlet. She has an outlet where she can pursue her dreams. So when we can do so much, when we work towards, when we give so much to our family, being gainfully employed, we give so much to the nation when we are gainfully employed, then why we restrict ourselves? Why we restrict ourselves in a set notions actually? Why we set our goals at a lower level? Why every time we have to be pushed for something? Why we can't come out of the box and do something different? So it is the time when we have to rethink again and look at the things and teach all the women how we can change the society and how we can bring the change in the association or our union also. When we have better place, we have the views, we have the diverse views. Many of us sitting, we have so many women who have diverse views. So when these diverse views are there, it is no doubt that when women give their views diversely and she takes part in the union and association, it definitely gives a different angle to the association and the union. No doubt it will give a different perspective also. We have to, with our diverse views and with all our working pattern, we have to give the acceptability. We have to work for the acceptability of women. We have to work for the, because acceptability will not be served on a silver platter to us. We'll have to earn it. We'll have to earn it by doing and bringing change in the society as well as in the union also. When we talk about women, we talk about the power. Women power, when we have the power to give birth to a child. When we give birth to a child, we make a family, which makes a society, and in turn, which makes a nation. So when we have the power to make the nation and give birth to child which no one has, so we are the ones who are at the center of everything. We are the pivots. Everything revolves around us. Everything moves around us. So it is us and only us who can bring the change, and who can bring the change, and it is our responsibility not only to raise our kids, especially when we are raising a girl child. When we are raising a girl child, it becomes more of our responsibility to raise her in a manner, compared to a tree which has strong roots. And the girl, when she grows up, she'll not deflect from her path in any adverse condition. So it is the time when we have so much power, which can bring so much change at both the levels, at the household level also, and at the workplace also. Why it is becoming so difficult for us? Becoming so difficult to us to change ourselves and to take the leadership roles. We are the multitaskers. We are better in management because we know how to distribute our time and energy. We know how to take care of the family. At the same time, we do our chores at the office also. So we are better in managing, distributing our time and energy, so which proves that we are better in management also. So if so much we have within us, why not bring the change? Why not bring the change and change the society and bring a beautiful change which all women present over here can make? We have to come out of the cocoon actually. We have to come out of the set notions. We have to come out of the imposter syndromes. Many syndromes we can talk about. We are still facing motherhood penalties and maternal pay gaps and gender pay gaps. Many things we are facing. So we have to come out, and it is only us and only us who can change. Choose her own life. When she chooses her own life and she is not being questioned on her decisions and she is not being judged for those. So it is the time when I, as a convener, it is not only actually my responsibility, it is my duty to share with you all that all these responsibilities with dual roles of women plays, she has so much in her, but it is very difficult to get her out of that. It is she has finding it difficult to play both the roles along, and she take the leadership roles or take more part in the union activities. AIBA, when we talk about this, AIBA is our union which has given us the platform where we can speak out our minds, when we can share our ideas. It is AIBA who has strived hard to bring women into the mainstream. It has always worked hard and always taken care of women. It has always thought that women should participate, and not only participate, but the actual participation it requires. So when we talk about women participation, it is our responsibility, and not only our moral responsibility, but as a women in banking sector and in the privileged position under the banner of AIBA, sitting in our comfort zone, it becomes more of our responsibility to take care of the women who are still fighting for the basic things like education, basic things for financial independence, for literacy, or healthcare. So we have to work for the upliftment of the women who still are in that, who are still facing that difficulty. When we talk about women in AIBA and in banking sector, we cannot forget our Tarak Da, our beloved leader. Tarak Da, who was a visionary. And Tarak Da always believed in an inclusive participation and collective strength of the union. He always worked and stood by women and always stood stand, and he provided the platform for women to speak out their minds and to share their thoughts. And he just gave a platform, and he gave opportunity for women not only to participate, but he encouraged them in the leadership roles also. So when we had visionary leaders like Tarak Da, who had worked for women, in AIBA, who has been striving hard for the women participation in banking sector, so does it not become our responsibility to reciprocate the same? So we sitting here in the hall, and you all sitting here, and in this convention, it becomes more of our responsibility, more of our moral responsibility to bring that change. So churn your minds and bring out the innovative ideas. You have the platform. So today you have the platform where you can share your problems also, where you can share your thoughts also, which can bring the change in the society and in the union also, and in the organization. So we are the financial literate ones, because being the bankers, we are the financial literate ones. So it becomes more of our responsibility to work for the women who are still striving hard for the basic things which I've already told. So we have to uplift the women. We have to bring out them in the main forum. We have to bring them in the mainstream. We have to bring them on the forum where they can also speak out the things, what they feel and what the problems they have. We as a privileged ones, because we are part of a union which has strong, which has legacy, which has history. So it is not only that, it is only and only because of AIBA that we are standing here and we are having this women a hall full of women. So it is because of AIBA. So it as a privileged ones, it is more of our responsibility to take care of the organization and of the union activities. When we have, I have seen so many girls with all the traditional attires I am seeing, And with this mindset I have that we are still in love with our traditions, because many have been pressed in the traditional things only. So with the progressive mindset and with the traditional thing which we have inside us, we can bring, no doubt, we can bring a drastic change in the society and in our organization. We cannot remain just the silent spectators, because we cannot remain as silent spectators because we are a part of a big movement. Our presence, our perspective, and our participation, I think the 3 Ps, we need to follow the 3 Ps. So that will make an immense difference. And actually that immense difference is required. And we cannot be just be the beneficiaries. We cannot only be the beneficiaries of the union gains, but at the same time we have to become the torch bearers. We have to become the torch bearers for the future struggles, as well as for bringing the change in the society and educating the other women also. So this will definitely take the flag of AIBA in high. So जैसे कि आज हमने झंडा बाहर फहराया है AIBA का, वैसे ही हमें अपने आप में चेंज लाके अपने पार्टिसिपेशन से the 3 Ps which I am telling you, AIBA also needs the same thing, and AIBA is always there. The Women Council is always there for everyone. So we have to bring the change. It is only and only our responsibility which can make this change. When we talk about the women, women in leadership, I should say, the women in leadership, leadership is not actually a word, it's not just a position, it's a collective strength. It's a collective strength and it's a conviction. If we talk about courage, when a woman raises her voice, when a woman raises her voice, when she stands for her colleagues, or when she raises her voice against something unjust, unfair practices, she herself becomes a leader. She becomes a leader. So if we can if we can do this much only, raise our voice, because raising a voice by women brings a change in the society, brings a drastic change in the society. And when she makes her change, when we raises a voice, movements transform. So we are part of a movement, a very big movement, which requires our participation at the same level. We need to work, we need to participate. Once again, I'll say that the 3 Ps, the presence, participation, and our perspective, it is required. We women can speak out. So women in leadership is not just about taking check boxes. It is not just a passing time. It's not just a passing phase, but actually it is a deep-rooted, long-lasting transformational change. It's a transformation. It's a big transformation in which our participation is required. Our perspective is required. So we have to follow Ps. Again, I am repeating 3 Ps. So this way we can take AIBA also forward along with the women participation. So when women leaders, passion, enthusiasm, optimism, clear vision, creative thinking, and better approach towards challenges makes the women leaders excel. They excel in leadership roles and building a strong team. That's what I feel. When women leads with empathy, because when she leads with empathy, she makes a strong bond. She builds a strong team. She believes in inclusivity, which makes her teammates more responsible. They feel more respected. They feel more engaged. Women have a level of emotional intelligence also, where they can understand her own feelings along with the feelings of others, of her teammates. So she has the power to bring the change in her teammates. They feel more responsible. They feel being taken care of, actually. They feel that they are being taken care of. When a woman leads, she works hard. She works hard for bringing the change, for bringing the organizational dedication among the team members. So she is the one who can bring the change and who can transform her team or the association or the union which she has been linked to. So comrades, when we are sitting here in the convention, 4th Women Convention, it's not only a secure platform actually. It's not only a secure platform or the voice which we have been given, for which the AIBEA has worked for years, and this is the result of that only. So it is our responsibility to guide the young comrades. It's more of the responsibility of the senior women leaders. I see the hall full of all young women. So guide them, stand by your colleagues, be bold, take initiative, participate. So this lead with empathy and power. So this is the thing which will bring the change in the organization, and this is the need of the time also. When we encourage our colleagues and mentor our younger ones, we just develop the cadres actually. So it is very important for making a long-lasting changes also, which will continue for the generations. So let us make that change as a proud member of AIBEA. One thing I will surely say, the impact will resonate across generations. So if we develop cadres, the change will reflect across generations. So standing here today in the 4th convention, Women Convention of Bank of India, I once again congratulate and I once again wish success to this convention. But this convention can only be success if you participate and you take and make full use of this forum, where you can speak out and you speak out whatever you feel and whatever change you need and whatever you want. That only will make this convention a success. So once again, I would like to congratulate and I would like to wish everyone and all the beautiful girls sitting here who will deliberate, who will participate in the deliberation and make full use of this forum and the forum provided by Bank of India. So, and when you will go from here, you will carry on with you will have the beautiful memories along with the education part. You will be, you will feel more educated about the organization, about the difficulties in the organization which we face. So that way, your participation is must. Once again, I wish a great success to this convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Richa, for sharing your views and sharing the data about the participation and the role of women. I'm sure the comrades here will take your advice and take leading roles in our organization. Now I request the organizing committee to kindly felicitate Comrade Richa Gandhi, please. Comrades, we are equally honored to have with us today the Joint Secretary of AIBEA, the General Secretary of All Kerala Bank Employees Federation, the General Secretary of the Canara Bank Employees Union, Comrade Ramprakash. Ramprakash kindly address the gathering. Thank you.
President of today's meeting on the 4th All India Women's Convention of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade Maxi Pereira, the inaugurator of today's convention, the National Secretary of All India Trade Union Congress, as well as a former leader of All India Bank Employees Association, Comrade Vahida Nizam, the General Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade Dinesh, Working President of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, Comrade Suresh Bopate, the Chairman of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions and former Secretary of All Kerala Bank Employees Federation, Comrade T.V. Shivaramakrishnan, Comrade Richa Gandhi, the National Women's Convenor of AIBEA Women's Cell, Comrade P.M. Ambujam, Comrade P.A. Hemalata, Comrade Sandeep Narayanan, and other leaders of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, and my dear comrades. At the outset, I bring to you the choicest greetings of All India Bank Employees Association and the revolutionary greetings of All Kerala Bank Employees Federation for this 4th All India Women's Convention of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions. Greetings to you, comrades. We are really happy that the Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions chose the Kerala unit to host this wonderful event. In fact, earlier the convention was supposed to be held in the month of May, and later on it was postponed to June. Despite knowing the fact that June will be a very heavy rainy month in Kerala, the young brigade of Bank of India Staff Union Kerala, the team, they have toiled hard to make the convention a grand success, and we really hope that all of you who have come here from the different parts of the country will be spending an enjoyable time of nearly 2 days. I take this opportunity and welcome you all to this state of Kerala. Coming to Bank of India Staff Union and myself, I have a very close relationship with this union because the former leader of your union, Comrade K.J. Joseph, and my house was very, very nearby in Palkad. So, a guest who has come here, I would also like to introduce him to all of you. Comrade Naveen Shanai is sitting here. Comrade R.N. Shanai, you have to tell him, sir. Shanai, sir. Comrade R.N. Shanai was our former leader, who was a leader of the Central Bank of India Employees Union and Central Bank of India Officers Union, who was also a leader of All Kerala Bank Employees Federation, residing in this town of Ernakulam, who is a very close associate of Comrade Tarakeshwar Chakravarti and Comrade C.H. Venkatachalam. And he is a nonagenarian running the age of past 90. Past 90. We have not invited him to this meeting. I am telling you, we have not invited him. Seeing my WhatsApp status that there is a meeting of All India Bank Employees Association which is conducted in this town, he has come on his own. We have not sent any vehicle. So that is the attachment of our former leaders towards All India Bank Employees Association, and that is the glory of AIBEA. All of you have come here to attend this Women's Convention, and as told by our President, it is really very glad and heartening to note that the representation has been from all the units of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions. I have been asked by the organizers to talk on a specific topic, the history of the Indian banking and the role of AIBEA. It is a very wide topic. History of Indian banking means I have to start from the year 1770 when Bank of Hindustan was started. The history of AIBEA means I have to start from the year 1946 and I have to trace the 8 years. It's a very big topic where one can speak for hours together. Nevertheless, I will try my level best to present the entire history of the Indian banking and the role of AIBEA in a very precise and capsule form, in a very bird's eye form. Comrades, as all of us know, All India Bank Employees Association was formed in the year 1946. Prior to that, India banks existed. 1770, Bank of Hindustan was commenced. It got collapsed within a gap of nearly 60 years. After that, when the East India Company came to India for the business establishments, in the year 1806, Bank of Bengal, they started Bank of Bengal. 1840, the Bank of Bombay was started. 1843, Bank of Madras was commenced. After that, after a long gap in the year 1865, the Allahabad Bank was started, which is now later amalgamated with Indian Bank in the year 2020. 1894, Punjab National Bank was started. After that, in the year 1900 or 1902, a big British financial company in Chennai by name Arbuthnot, it got collapsed. And by that time, in our country, the Swadeshi movement has commenced. And in the year 1906, 3 big banks were started in India, Canara Bank, Corporation Bank, and one more bank was started in 1906. Can you name that bank? Bank of India was started in 1906. All of you should know the history of your bank. In the folders that has been supplied to you, there are 3 wonderful documents. The one document is our bill. You need not open now, comrades. You can open it later. But my request is that all of you should go through all these 3 documents. It will give you a wonderful idea of the Indian banking history as well as the movement All India Bank Employees Association. One book is our beloved AIBEA, which deals with the history of AIBEA in around 30 to 40 pages. Another book is the book written by Comrade K.J. Joseph, known as Uncle Joe, the struggles and sacrifices or memories that never fade. That is the heading for that book. The another one is a selected interesting articles by Comrade P.S. Sundaresan, the former Vice President of AIBEA, who is also still alive at Bangalore at the age of 96. 3 books you kindly go through. In the book written by Comrade K.J. Joseph, chapter number 2, there is one chapter, The Victory That Electrified. That is a chapter wherein he is giving narration of the formation of the Bank of India as well as the unions in Bank of India. You all belong to a bank and a union which is unique in this country. I am telling about Bank of India. The founders of Bank of India were Indians. Sri Kovasji Jahangir, Sri Sassoon David, Sri Chunilal Mehta. All three were big businessmen. This Jahangir or the Kohasji Jahangir and this Sassoon David are one of the wealthiest Jews as well as very big moneylenders in India. And the house name of one of them, the name was Ready Money Mansion, which means that at any point of time you will get money. That is the name for that house, Ready Money Mansion. And in those days, Bank of India, All India Bank Employees Association was formed only in 1946. Prior to that or during that time itself in 1946, in Bank of India, the union was formed and around 14-day strike was conducted. And on wonderful service condition, the Bank of India leaders could get at that time. So you all belong to such a great union. When there was no service condition in our country, the former leaders of Bank of India union, you could get a service condition which was the best in the country. So you should be proud for that, comrades. You all belong to such a tribe of union. So after 1906, in 1907, Indian Bank commenced, then 1908, Bank of Baroda, 1911, Central Bank of India, 1919, Union Bank, 1921. These three presidency banks were amalgamated and that name was christened as Imperial Bank of India. Then after 1921, during the year 1930, all over the world, the Great Depression or the big banks collapse happened. And after that, during the there was no controlling bank in our country. In 1935, Reserve Bank of India came into existence. And during that time in Kerala, one of the big bank by name, Travancore National Coilon Bank, it got failed. And if you trace the history of the Indian banking in the RBI website, which has got 4 volumes, it is clearly mentioned that the collapse of the Travancore National Coilon Bank acts as a precursor to the Banking Regulation Act. So this 1938 Travancore National Coilon Bank, the failure is the precursor to the Banking Regulation Act, which came later in the year 1949. So after the formation of Reserve Bank, so many new regulations started coming in, and by 1945, on 3rd November 1945, a group of youngsters, they met together in West Bengal in Calcutta, and they decided to form All India Bank Employees Association. When I am telling about the 1770 to 1945, you all should remember that all these banks were in private hands. There was not even a government bank. There was no service conditions. And at that time only, All India Bank Employees Association was formed by our great leaders on 20th April 1946. There was no service conditions and there was no government bank. The entire banking industry was controlled by private people. Comrade Vahida was telling about the travails and tribulations that the unorganized people are now undergoing. Our former comrades, our older leaders, our employees, all bank employees were also undergoing all those troubles. So sensing the danger that there was no working hours, there was no service conditions, no basic pay, no gratuity, no PF, no LFC, no leave, no medical reimbursement, nothing was there. So All India Bank Employees Association came into existence on 20th April 1946. There was no bipartite at all. There was no bipartite settlement. Whenever we place a demand, the government will constitute a tribunal consisting of 1 or 2 judges. They will constitute a tribunal, and the tribunal will give an award. That award was made applicable to the bank employees. That is why we are known as award staff. That is only because of that all of us are known as award staff, because we were covered under those awards. So in the year 1946, when AIBEA was formed, after that the government made the banking as a central subject. And in 1949, when AIBEA gave the demands, the government constituted a tribunal known as Sen Tribunal, and that tribunal gave an award known as Sen Award in the year 1949. After that, the government itself declared that award as null and void, and in the year 1952, after the consistent struggles by All India Bank Employees Association, the government constituted another tribunal known as Shastri Tribunal, and that gave the award, Shastri Award, in the year 1953. But again, that award lessened the wages that the bank employees were getting in the Sen Tribunal or the Sen Award. So again, agitations were started, and the AIB again gave a strike call on 23rd September 1954. The first All India strike call was given by All India Bank Employees Association. The government constituted another tribunal known as the Labour Appellate Tribunal, and that tribunal gave a award changing the benefits that was given by the Shastri Award. But the government headed by Jawaharlal Nehru, they decided that under the pressure from the bankers and the bank owners, they decided that this award should not be implemented. Now all of us are fighting against the present government. On July 9, we are going on one-day strike. So many demands we are placing. The present generation of people or the present generation of bank employees, we all think that we are fighting only against the Modi government. It is not so, comrades. Right from the days of 1946, whenever a government goes anti-people or anti-labor or anti-bank employee, All India Bank Employees Association has plunged into action, and we have gone on innumerable struggles and sacrifices. That is why in the year 1954, when the Labour Appellate Tribunal Award, it bettered the award of Shastri Award, and when it was sought to be implemented under the biggest of the owners of the banks, the Jawaharlal Nehru government, they decided not to implement this Labour Appellate Tribunal Award. And you will be really wondered to know that the Labour Minister of the then Jawaharlal Nehru government, Sri V.V. Giri, he resigned the post stating that what the government is telling. So that is the history of All India Bank Employees Association. The struggles of All India Bank Employees Association forced the Labour Minister of our country to resign from his post and he stood with All India Bank Employees Association. So after that lot of struggles All India Bank Employees Association has to take, and every time whenever the award gets, that period gets over, again and again AIBEA has to struggle for this betterment of the service conditions. So this Shastri Award, that also got expired. Then after that another Bank Award Commission came. After that again in the year 1960s, the government constituted another tribunal known as Desai Tribunal, which gave an award in the year 1962 known as Desai Awards. For almost around 15 to 17 years, the All India Bank Employees Association has struggled much to get some sort of service conditions. So All India Bank Employees Association thought that this is not the right way of fighting and going for these tribunals and awards. We have to think in a different way, and we have to proceed. And on the one side, the banks were under the private control. So many banks got collapsed during that time. In the year 1960-61, in Kerala also one big bank by name as Palai Central Bank, it got collapsed. And because of the collapse of the Palai Central Bank, number of employees, they lost their jobs and depositors lost money. And the collapse of the Palai Central Bank only paved way for the government to constitute the Deposit Insurance Corporation, which is now known as the Deposit Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation. When the Travancore National Koi Loan Bank failed, it became the precursor for the Banking Regulation Act. The collapse of the Palai Central Bank paved way for the Deposit Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation. So the All India Bank Employees Association, right from the days of 1946, we have been telling that banks are the nation's bookkeeper, and the money in the banks are the savings of the hard-earned money of the common people. So the government should be the custodian of public money is the slogan raised by All India Bank Employees Association right from 1946. So taking the cue from the various awards, All India Bank Employees Association in the 13th conference of All India Bank Employees Association held in the year 1964 at Trivandrum, AIBEA coined two slogans. One slogan was that no more tribunals, we want bipartite settlement. The another slogan was nationalize the banking industry. So these were the two main slogans coined by All India Bank Employees Association in the year 1964, and AIBEA conducted lot of struggles and strikes raising these two slogans, and all of us know that on 19th October 1966, the first bipartite settlement was signed between All India Bank Employees Association and Indian Banks Association. On 19th July 1969, 14 banks were nationalized by the then Prime Minister of India, Srimati Indira Gandhi. So that is how the change has taken place in the gamut of the Indian banking industry by All India by the intervention of the All India Bank Employees Association. From a completely private monopolies, from a completely privately managed banks, All India Bank Employees Association, through its continuous struggles, it could change the landscape of the Indian banking from private to public through nationalization of the banks in the year 1969. And after that, lot of intervention by All India Bank Employees Association in the year 1975. The regional rural bank came. Again in the year 1980, another 6 more banks were nationalized by the government of India. Thus from private, it became to publicly owned or the government owned banks. And with regard to service conditions of the bank employees also, we could make much advancement from the first bipartite settlement in the year 1970. We could sign the second bipartite settlement. In the year 78, 79, we could sign the third bipartite settlement. Then again 84, 89, 95, 2000, 2005, 10, 15, 20, 24. We could sign the 12 bipartite settlements in a continuous gap of 4 to 5 years. All India Bank Employees Association could achieve. But all of us know that after post-1991, the thought process of the government has come to a lot of change. And the government, successive governments, they are trying to shift the public sector banking to private sector banking, or privatization or foreignization is taking place. When I joined the bank in the year 1988, below Canara Bank, it was written within bracket, wholly owned by Government of India. Below Bank of India, it was written wholly owned by Government of India. Below Central Bank of India, it was written wholly owned by Government of India. Now what is written below Bank of India? Have you noticed it? Is it wholly owned by Government of India? It is a Government of India undertaking. From wholly owned by Government of India, it has now changed to a Government of India undertaking. Now the government wants that from Government of India undertaking, they want to change it to Adani undertaking or Ambani undertaking or some X undertaking. That is the shift of the thought policies of the government. With regard to the labor laws also, a lot of changes they are trying to bring in. Vahida was talking about the Maternity Benefit Act and all those things. Everything they want to snatch it away. So post 1991, we are faced with a lot of challenges. All India Bank Employees Association is fighting the challenges through the continuous struggles, and AIBEA is the only organization in the country, the only trade union in the country which is relentlessly pursuing and fighting for preserving this public sector character of the banking, the public sector concept of this country. Through 53 strikes we have conducted in 32 years. No other trade union in the country have conducted 53 strikes for preserving this public sector character of the country. So the Indian banking industry or the Indian banking system, it got changed from a private system to a public sector, or through the nationalization of the banks, it got changed to the government control. Now the government is trying to change it back to the private sector, or the privatization process is on, where All India Bank Employees Association is not a mere onlooker or a near mute spectator to all these changes. We have been continuously fighting. That is the role of All India Bank Employees Association. With regard to our service conditions also, when these acts are changed to labor codes, when these acts are changed to this code of industrial relations or code of wages or code of social security, definitely the attacks will be more on us. We are now under the purview of the Indian Trade Union Act. We are now under the purview of the Industrial Dispute Act. All these acts will be changed to some codes wherein we will not get any succor or any protection or any sort of relief from these attacks of the employers. So this is the present scenario, and the role of All India Bank Employees Association is something beyond imagination, and all these things have been achieved only through the struggles and sacrifices of our former leaders. I would like to tell, because the former leaders, comrades, all of us are now having a very enjoyable lifestyle. All of us are having a very enjoyable lifestyle. Wherever we go, we travel in aeroplanes or we travel in AC coaches. And we are being provided with a sumptuous food. Today morning breakfast I also had. We had idli, we had vada, we had buri, then we had fruits. And if at all, if we demand anything, we will get. And we all stay in good rooms. But during the earlier days when All India Bank Employees Association was formed, this was not the case. It is the struggles and sacrifices of those leaders that has given us this comfort and benefit, that we should always remember, comrades. This we should never forget. We should never forget. There are photos of so many leaders placed here. First photo is of that of Comrade K. Gopal. He was the leader of Bank of India Staff Union Kerala, and he is the illustrious father of one of our leader comrades, Comrade P. Hemalada, who is sitting here. P. Hemalada is the daughter of Comrade K. Gopal. He has sacrificed a lot for this movement, And we are really indeed happy that our daughter has also blossomed into a very fine leader. There are other photos, the leaders of Comrade Chitnis, Comrade Purav, Comrade Sushil Ghosh, Comrade KJ Joseph, Comrade Sampath, Comrade Vijay Kumar, whose name we have placed, we have made this conference venue. After that, we have a galaxy of leaders of All India Bank Employees Association, Comrade Prabhatkar, Comrade Parvana, Comrade Tarakeshwar Chakravarti, the leader of All Kerala Bank Employees Federation, Comrade TKV Nair, and Comrade AVG Nair. It is the struggles and sacrifices of those comrades that has earned the benefits of the entire benefits to the entire bank employees, the 10 lakh bank employees that who are enjoying, whether they are an officer or a manager or even a chief general manager, whatever they enjoy, it is only because of the struggles and sacrifices of all those former leaders. We can tell you hours together about these former leaders. Those were the sacrifices of those leaders. I don't want to go deep into that. So I'll just conclude my speech with 3 anecdotes from All India Bank Employees Association. One is that in the year 1965, in Syndicate Bank, one big strike was going on. Syndicate Bank management was a pure private management headed by Dr. T.M.A. Pai. They transferred our leaders from Manipal, from Bangalore to Mumbai and all. The strike went on for more than 100 days. Around 400, 500 dismissals were there, 165 charge sheets were there, suspensions were there, memos were served like anything. And ultimately, the matter was referred to the Chief Labour Commissioner, AIBEA intervened, government intervened, and at that time, the General Secretary of All India Bank Employees Association was Comrade Prabhatkar, who was also a MP of the Member of Parliament of the Indian Parliament from 1957 to 1967. So Prabhatkar was asked to go and negotiate with the Syndicate Bank management, and he travelled to Manipal, the head office of Syndicate Bank, and the bank had announced a lockout. The gates were closed and big locks were there in front, and in front of the big gates, hundreds of comrades, thousands of our comrades were shouting AIBEA Zindabad, AIBEA Zindabad. So when Prabhatkar landed, the gates were opened and Prabhatkar was taken to the head office. On the top floor of the head office, the owner of the bank, Dr. T.M.A. Pai and Vaman Kudua was standing. And the negotiations were conducted, and ultimately the strike, the matter was settled. After that, Dr. T.M.A. Pai asked Comrade Prabhatkar, only one question. Prabhatkar, I want to ask you one question. All these comrades or these employees or these workers who are standing outside this compound and shouting AIBEA Zindabad are employed by me. They are all my relatives. I have given employment to all of them. I am giving wages to all of them. But they are not shouting Dr. T.M.A. Pai Zindabad. They are not shouting Syndicate Bank Zindabad. They are shouting AIBEA Zindabad. They are shouting Prabhatkar Zindabad. What is the reason for that? Prabhatkar told only one reply. You would have given them jobs. But once you declared that the strike is illegal and you refuse the salary to them, they have become your enemies. You might have given job, but All India Bank Employees Association gave job security to them. That was the reply by the Comrade Prabhatkar. That is what Comrade Maxi Pereira today told while hoisting the flag. After hoisting the flag, he told, as long as this flag is there, as long as All India Bank Employees Association is there, your jobs and job security is protected. As long as All India Bank Employees Association is there, the public sector character of the banking public sector character of this Indian banking will be secured. As long as this flag of All India Bank Employees Association is there, the country will be secured. That is what Comrade Maxi told today morning. Number 2, comrades, after this 1969 nationalization, the Srimati Indira Gandhi called our leaders, Comrade Prabhatkar and Parvana, she called and she asked, you have been demanding for nationalization. Vahida also told, it is only AITUC and AIBEA which paved way for nationalization. Indira Gandhi called our leaders and asked, as you told, I have nationalized the banks. I have taken the management control from the private hands. I have taken the shareholding control from the private hands and I have given to the government what you can give in return. Our leaders did not ask for any their private benefits. They did not ask. Parvana was jobless. Prabhatkar was also jobless. Parvana was dismissed from Punjab National Bank. For years together, He was staying in All India Bank Employees Association Delhi office. He did not marry at all. He gave his entire life to All India Bank Employees Association. So they did not ask for any personal benefit. They asked that even though the banks are nationalized, the control is vested with the managements. We want a control over the director board. You please appoint a director from the workman staff, a director. That is how this workman director system came into our banks from 1972, and it was invoked till 2014. After the present government came, they have not appointed any directors. So that was the vision of our leaders, comrades. Number 3, one more thing I would like to tell. I was telling about the sacrifices. With the sacrifice quote of one of our leaders, I will conclude my speech. We had one of our leader, one of the finest leaders by name Sundar Rao in Andhra Pradesh. A big strike was going on of cooperative bank employees in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and Sundar Rao was leading that strike. It was going on for days together, it was going on. And on one fine day, the bank management decided that the strike should not go on like this. We have to conclude it. So they called Sundar Rao that we will have a discussion and we will finish it. So by around 12 o'clock, the discussion was fixed. And in those days, there was no telephone, no STD, no trunk call, nothing was there. So one telegram came to Sundar Rao at that time, and Sundar Rao opened the telegram. He just had a look at the telegram. He folded it and he kept it in his pocket. Then he went for the discussion. By 5:30, the discussion was over, and it was very favorable for the employees. The employees were very jubilant that after so many days, we are getting a very good settlement. So they wanted to celebrate, and they told Sundar Rao, comrade, we are really thankful to you. We have to celebrate this. Sundar Rao told only one thing: I am also ready for the celebration, but now I have to go to my home because my mother has passed away in the morning. You just imagine, that was the sacrifice of our leaders. What is the sacrifice that now we are doing, that we all can self-introspect? So the duty is cast upon us to take this glory of All India Bank Employees Association to greater heights. The defeats of the ashes of defeat and the amber of anger might have made our strikes and struggles for a defeat, but the working class have never failed. We have again surged ahead. We have again forged ahead with renewed vigor, with renewed vision. All India Bank Employees Association will surge ahead, and I request all of you that we should hold the flag of All India Bank Employees Association high and aloft, getting inspiration from all these leaders, and see that All India Bank Employees Association lives for another 50 years. 50 years and further. With this, I conclude. I greet you. I salute you, comrades. Thank you. Comrades, from All Kerala Bank Employees Federation, today Comrade Maxi was telling that we are celebrating the 100th birthday of Comrade Sushil Ghosh, Comrade Sampath. Earlier, the 100th birthday of Comrade Joe was celebrated. Comrade TKV Nair, the founder leader of All Kerala Bank Employees Federation, his birth centenary was celebrated last year. And on his birth centenary from All Kerala Bank Employees Federation, we have come out with a souvenir which is consisting of around 200 pages. Many of the articles are in Malayalam. Some are in English. Those English articles, those who have come from other states, you can read, and you will get an idea of the All India Bank Employees Association, TKV Nair's involvement in the movement, as well as his relationship with other leaders of the movement. Our comrades will be distributing. I request the Federation of Bank of India Staff Union to permit us to distribute it. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, comrades. We are thankful to Comrade Ramprakash for sharing the history, the legacy, the contribution of AIBEA. I know we are running out of time, but I request before that, Comrade Organized Committee to kindly felicitate Comrade Ramprakash. Comrade, please come forward.
Comrade Ramprakash will be honored by our Deputy General Secretaries, Comrade Anil Dubey and Comrade Jaideep Niyogi.
Thank you, comrades. And now We are coming to the last part of this inaugural function, the vote of thanks. Normally, of course, we'll be giving vote of thanks to the Kerala unit, but it is now Sandeep who is going to give us the vote of thanks. Comrade Sandeep, please.
Thank you. Respected President, Comrade Maxi Pereira, Comrade Vahida Nizam, Comrade Richa Gandhi, Comrade PM Ambujam, Comrade Dinesh Lallan, Comrade TV Shivaramasan, Comrade Suresh Bobate, and all other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais.
Comrade, kindly maintain silence, please.
Now we have come to the conclusion of our first inaugural session of our 4th All India Women's Convention of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions. We have heard our eminent speakers, chief guests, what they were trying to deliver to you is that you people, you ladies, you women comrades, I will say again, the beautiful ladies and women comrades, are not to be kept silent in their rooms and have to spend their whole time most of the time in the kitchen and all. You have to raise your voice. Raise your voice against injustice. You have to raise your voice. When you feel, when you see that something happening in and around you is going to affect the economy, it is going to affect the society, it is going to affect our own cadre and labor. We had heard through a great speech from Comrade Vahida Nizam, National Secretary of All India Trade Union Congress, on behalf of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions and Bank of India Staff Union Kerala. I would like to extend vote of thanks to Comrade Vahida Nizam. Comrade Richa Gandhi, our national convener, has deliberated to you. She has expressed her views on a topic specified. Women in leadership is not just a trend but a transformation. You all has to take charge for the transformation. Everybody has to come to a front line. So once Richa was talking, she was mentioning that because of the beautiful guys, this has happened. But what we will say that only because of you people, only because of our beautiful lady comrades, these things can happen, and we could fill this hall with flourishing lady comrades who has come across all the units to attend the 4th All India Conference, and we have to take charge. We together, there is no that it is nothing like me and you. We all together has to take charge for the moment, to take the moment to new heights. So I would like to extend vote of thanks on behalf of you, on behalf of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions and Bank of India Staff Union Kerala. We once again say thanks to Comrade Richa Gandhi, Convener, National Women's. Other dignitaries are also here. Comrade B. Ramprakash, a great orator. He will say, today he has not said, but normally he say the history of banking. Chronologically, he will say the history of banking from the evolution of banking till today. What has happened, who all were the promoters of the banking and who all were the owners of the banking, everything. Very chronologically, he normally used to say. He's very much having in-depth knowledge in the banking history and in the present banking scenario also. He's a Joint Secretary of All India Bank Employees Association. He's the General Secretary of Federation of All Kerala Bank Employees Federation, and also the All India General Secretary of Canara Bank Employees Union. He's our patron also. I should not say thanks to him, but for the sake of saying thanks officially. No, but he was with us. He's always with us. He's always with the trade union movement and with the banking movement, whichever unit it is. But on behalf of Bank of India Staff Union and Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, and on behalf of you, we would like to extend a vote of thanks to Comrade B. Ramprakash. Thank you so much for attending. And our dignitaries, our Federation office bearers, everybody is here on the dais and off the dais. On behalf of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union and Bank of India Staff Union Kerala, I would like to extend a vote of thanks to all of you. And the sessions will continue to go. And this is only, we have started the inaugural session and now we are moving towards the delegate session. And thank you all.
Thank you, Comrade Sandip. Now, without wasting any time, taking into account the time factor, we are now starting the delegate session. And this delegate session will go up to the lunch break. And to start the delegate session, I request Comrade Hemaleta, President of the Kerala unit and EC member of our federation, to come forward and to give the welcome address. This delegate session, Comrade, the presidium of this delegate session will be managed only by the lady comrades. 3 comrades will be permanently here as the presidium. Comrade Hemlata, Comrade Jigida Desai, and Comrade Volga Devi. The rest of the presidium will be on rotation basis. 3 to 4 comrades from each unit will be called to compose the presidium during the part of the deliberation. So the office bearers will be sitting down during the deliberation of the delegate session. So now, without wasting time, I request Comrade Hemlata to do the honors of welcoming for the delegate session, and that will be followed by a brief address by the General Secretary of the Federation, Comrade Dinesh, Lallan.
Respected Presidium, leaders on the dais and off the dais, and my dear comrades. Hope all are comfortable at Ernakulam. Okay? Is it okay? Yeah. In the earlier sessions, our leaders spoke about our beloved organization, All India Bank Employees Association, and the role played by our organization for the nationalization of banking industry and for the betterment of wage and service conditions of bank employees. We all know that the situation in the country is worse than earlier. Our leaders told about all those things in the earlier sessions. The agenda of the government is to privatize the public sector, outsource our jobs, which will definitely affect our recruitment. Now, the government has consolidated 29 existing central labor and industrial laws into 4 labor codes. Their plan is to implement it on stage by stage, starting from this year, 2025. Obviously, this is going to be a threat to our job security and other service conditions. We all know that we will be compelled to stay back more hours in our office. Moreover, our right to form union, right to negotiate, right for collective bargaining will also be badly affected. All of us know that this July 9th is going to be a historical day of the working class of this nation. Along with other trade unions, All India Bank Employees Association will also be in the forefront in the national-wide strike as a leader of the banking sector. Comrades, we all know that 50% of our bank employees are women. So we have to play a vital role to protect ourselves, our bank, our union from any external attacks. For this, Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, under the banner of All India Bank Employees Association, is in the forefront to organize women employees to strengthen us to face the present challenges. Comrades, we are all good workers, henna, good homemakers, nice parents, good teachers for our children, good decision makers. We can do miracles in our working environment and this society. So, what prevents us from coming forward to protect each other and take the leadership role in our beloved union? Comrades, let us take a pledge in this 4th All India Convention that we will be in the forefront, we will make us updated, we will fight against all forms of attacks and threats on human rights. So, make this convention more memorable with your wholehearted participation with excellent deliberations. Now I am coming to my duty to welcome you all. This is the delegate session. So I extend my warm welcome on behalf of Bank of India Staff Union Kerala and the reception committee. You all comrades from different parts of our country to this delegate session. And now the presidium, you all know that the ladies are going to preside the delegate session. So I extend my warm welcome to Comrade Jijisha and Comrade Volga, our Assistant Secretary of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, Rashi Saxena, our AIBEA CC member, and our General Secretary, Comrade Dinesh Lallan, our President, Comrade Maxi Pereira, and the other leaders of our Federation on the dais and off the dais. So, thank you all. Make this convention more fruitful. Thank you. I invite Comrade Dinesh Lallan, our General Secretary, to inaugurate the delegate session. Please come.
Members of Presidium, leaders of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, on the dais, off the dais, and my dear comrades. Let me first thank all of you for having responded to the call of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions and for attending this convention in large number. Let me also thank on behalf of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, distinguished guests, speakers who were very candid in presenting before us a picture of social, political, economic scenario that is obtaining in the country. We were also privileged to hear eminent speakers on the role of AIBEA in ameliorating the lot of workers in different banks for generations together and bringing in a better condition of service, a better condition of workplace. We are also fortunate to hear the history of bank employees movement under the banner of All India Bank Employees Association. Evolution of wages and service condition through struggles, through collective bargaining, through third-party adjudication. We pass through different phases of hurdles. All hurdles were overcome by collective wisdom, by collective action, by united action, by unity, and by demonstrating our resolve to fight against injustice, against exploitation, against non-codification of service condition. I don't want to go into the history once again. But in this convention, what is the expectation from all of you, those who have come here to attend the convention? The message was very loud and clear. The message is that you are no doubt active workers of unions, associations at different levels. But you are, I will say you have somewhat hesitation in coming in leadership of the movement. And let us not forget that the scenario that is emerging in banking sector, particularly in Bank of India, the number of female workers, I will say, is gradually, steadily going up. Of course, the number of female employees in subordinate cadre is still very less, but in clerical cadre, it has significantly gone up. And if you look at the percentage of female employees in clerical cadre, it is around 35%. If 35% of workforce does not take keen interest in trade union movement, trade union activities, in struggles, or in fight against attacks of all forms, will be able to protect our own rights and privileges. We all know that all rights have been secured through struggles. These are hard-earned rights. Now the situation is that we are to fight against preservation of rights. Improvement in rights appears to be a distant dream. If you look at the policies of the government, all attacks are, according to us, policy-induced. These attacks are not man-made. These attacks are policy-induced. And these attacks are because of the economic system that is being pursued in our own country. We have now moved on to capitalism. We want to stabilize capitalism. And capital destroys natural resources and human beings. Attacks are on human beings. That is why human rights activists are being jailed. They are being subjected to criminal cases. These attacks are on the rise because the government of the day wants to silence collective voice, silence of human rights, silence of labor rights, silence of women rights, silence of children rights. They want to silence voices which are being raised for protection of rights of women, children, student, youth, whatnot. So we are in a situation where we have no way out other than to unite and fight. We often give a slogan that we need to unite and fight. We are proud in acknowledging it here that in our own bank, under the banner of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, we have been able to challenge the decisions of the management of the bank. And that was possible only with your active support, with your understanding, with your deep understanding of the subject, and with your active participation in trade union movement. Whenever a call has been given, you all have responded to that in a very effective manner. Of course, we may not have been able to bring in a lot of changes according to our expectation, because I will repeat that let us not forget, once again I will repeat, that these changes are policy induced. So we need to have a political fight, and unfortunately I will say that we lack understanding on the subject, and we are not able to wage a political fight against the ruling establishment. Unless we fight out politically, we will not be able to ameliorate our condition. We will not be able to meet the challenges effectively and squarely, and we will not be able to challenges that we are encountering at workplaces. Now in the delegate session, deliberation and discussions will be kicked off. I will appeal to all of you that you speak your mind openly, freely, fearlessly. Whatever you have in your mind, you speak to that, you speak your mind, and you take active part in deliberations and discussions so that we can, means leadership, can have a guidance from women force in Bank of India, women workforce in Bank of India, and we can have lot many suggestions from you so that we can formulate our approach on all those issues, and we can take up those issues with the management of the Bank of India. Anyway, comrade, I will not take much of your time right now. After discussion and deliberation, we will have a detailed discussion. I will update you on the developments. I know you must be eagerly waiting for knowing the developments that you want to know, and knowing the developments on various issues concerning you, on various demands that you want to achieve. I will definitely speak on those, and I will not take much of time. I will just conclude by once again welcoming you, thanking you, and on your behalf, on behalf of Federation of Bank of India, I will like to thank Bank of India Staff Union Kerala Unit for having accepted our request to host this women convention, and they have organized this convention in a well-planned manner. So I, on behalf of Federation of Bank of India, extend a very sincere thanks and express a gratitude to the entire leadership and entire rank and file of Bank of India Staff Union Kerala for hosting this Women Convention. Thank you, comrade. Thank you very much.
Comrades, one announcement is there are still some comrades, units we have still to give the names. Solapur, Rajasthan, Mumbai. Delhi has given. Delhi, okay, has to give the name. Okay, now we are going to break for lunch. Lunch is for half an hour. Please maintain the timing.
Dear comrades,
According to the timing here.
President has given you only 30 minutes to have the lunch, but
I think Sandeep will announce the timing of the lunch break.
But I had to give you more time for lunch because today we are going to give a feast from Kerala, a vegetarian feast, which is called as Sadhya. In the materials and bag provided to you, there is a leaflet. And if you see that, you can see a big plantain leaf itself, which is having lot of curries served in it. And inside it, each curries and items are mentioned, and the description is also mentioned. So we hope that you will be having a good feast here. Actually, you have to eat the full feast with your hands, not with spoons. Okay, it will be served with 2 desserts, rice, broken rice payasam and broken godam payasam, means wheat payasam, and you will enjoy it. I hope that you will enjoy it. And the timing is that within 1 hour, that means sharply by 2:30 we have to resume the delegate session. By 3 o'clock, our distinguished guest, Advocate Surya Binoy, will be deliberating, discussing with you. She will be speaking on designated topic, gender justice in the 21st century. Where do we go from here? So she will be here around 2:30. We have to come. It's not buffet. It has to be sit and eat over the table. So only 150 people can sit and have the lunch at a time. It's everything ready. The first 150 people reaching there will get the feast first. They will have the opportunity to taste it first. Others has to wait, but everybody will get the feast. Thank you.
Then who will be the first speaker? Come forward. Anyone from anywhere? Okay, come.
हेलो, आप सभी का जौहर। आई एम अनुपमा कुमारी फ्रॉम बोकारो जोन, झारखंड स्टेट। सबसे पहले मैं बैंक ऑफ इंडिया झारखंड स्टेट को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि वो मुझे ये प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड किए कि मैं अपने कुछ शब्द इस मंच पे रख सकूँ। स्टेज पे बैठे सभी लीडर्स का धन्यवाद और यहाँ पे आए हुए सभी कॉमरेड्स का बधाई और स्वागत करती हूँ। अभी जस्ट मैं यहाँ पे बैठी हुई थी, 10 बजे मैंने देखा कि एक PDF है जो रोटेट हो रहा है व्हाट्सएप पे। तो उसमें क्या है कि मार्च 2025 के अकॉर्डिंग एक डेटा तैयार किया गया है, जिसमें फॉर एग्जांपल मेरा बोकारो जोन है। बोकारो जोन में मान लेते हैं 80 ब्रांचेज है, उसमें 40 ब्रांचेज का लिस्ट बनाया गया है कि उनको रिवॉर्ड दिया जाएगा, उन स्टाफ को 1000 रुपीज़ क्रेडिट होगा। तो क्या बाकी के 40 ब्रांचेज में जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं वो काम नहीं कर रहे हैं? तो ये तो मैनेजमेंट का हो गया ना कि थोड़ा भेदभाव कर रहे हैं। तो मैं इस मंच से ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि हम सबको मिलके, फेडरेशन को मिलके इस चीज़ का विरोध करना चाहिए कि अगर एक्सेप्ट करेंगे हम तो 80 ब्रांचेस सबको मिलना चाहिए, लाइक सबको, और नहीं तो फिर कोई भी वो चीज़ एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगा। यस, ऑल इंडिया सर। एग्जाम्पल दिया सर मैंने। हम अक्सर ये सुनते हैं कि स्टेज में फीमेल कॉमरेड्स कम हैं, बट हम कभी ये नहीं कहते हैं कि हम खुद आगे आएंगे स्टेज में, नॉलेज गेन करके हम यहाँ तक पहुँचेंगे। जैसे कि झा सर ने कहा कि अप्रॉक्स बैंक ऑफ इंडिया में वुमेन 33% है, तो 1/3 हम लोग हैं। मीन्स हम लोग भी ड्राइविंग सीट पे ही हैं, हम लोग डिसीजन मेकिंग का हिस्सा बन सकते हैं, हम लोग भी डिसीजंस ले सकते हैं। जैसे आप सबको पता है कि महिलाएं नेगोशिएशंस में कितनी अच्छी हैं, और अगर बात आया कलेक्टिव बार्गेनिंग का तो हमसे बेहतर ये कौन ही कर सकता है। तो फिर ऐसा देखते हैं हम, जब भी मेमोरेंडम साइन होता है मतलब मैनेजमेंट और हमारे बीच, संगठन के बीच, तो वहाँ पे थोड़ा मिसिंग रहता है कि कोई फीमेल स्टाफ का साइन होता तो काफ़ी अच्छा होता। तो हम सब ये ना सोचे कि कोई और जाए, अगर हर कोई सोचेंगे कि हम कोशिश करते हैं, हम जाएंगे, तो कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट्स, जैसे कि बैंक ऑफ इंडिया एम्प्लॉयज यूनियन 33% एम्प्लॉयज फीमेल है, तो यूनियन पार्टिसिपेशन में भी एटलीस्ट हम लोग को ये रेशियो तो मेंटेन करके रखना चाहिए। मैं बात करना चाहूँगी लेबर लॉज के बारे में, जिसका ट्रेड यूनियन विरोध कर रही है। क्यों? क्योंकि इसमें 90% जो फेवर है वो कंपनीज का है, हमारे लिए सिर्फ 10% सोचा गया है। तो आप खुद ही सोचिए कि जो सरकार कोविड के टाइम पे हमें मरने छोड़ दी थी, वो हमारे फेवर में क्या ही लिखेगी। बहुत सारा हम लोग खुद देख रहे हैं कि लेज ऑफ हो रहा है, ठीक है, हमें लगता है कि आज उसके साथ हो रहा है, हमारे साथ नहीं। तो हमें संगठन से जुड़ना होगा, आगे बढ़ना होगा, नहीं तो हमारे साथ भी ऐसी समस्या आने में कितना ही टाइम लगेगा। और ये जो लेबर लॉज है, इसमें ऐसा है कि अगर आज हम हड़ताल करना चाहते हैं तो हमको 60 डेज प्रायर नोटिस देना पड़ेगा उसके लिए। और मान लेते हैं कि इस टॉपिक पे अभी चर्चा चल रही है या फिर वो मैटर खत्म हो चुका है, उसके 60 डेज बाद भी हम स्ट्राइक नहीं कर सकते हैं। इसका मतलब ऑलमोस्ट स्ट्राइक जो है वो इम्पॉसिबल है। दूसरा, अगर कोई यूनियन क्रिएट करना चाहता है, न्यू यूनियन बनाना चाहता है, तो जो बैंक के एग्जीक्यूटिव है वो हमारे यहाँ आएंगे और वो वेरीफाई करेंगे कि आप क्या किसी यूनियन से जुड़े हो। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि कोई मैनेजमेंट के सामने आके बोलेगा कि हम आपके खिलाफ लड़ने के लिए किसी यूनियन के साथ हैं? तो ये सब चीज़ नहीं होना चाहिए, हम लोग को ये सब का विरोध करना चाहिए। और यूनाइट होके हम लोग चाहे तो किसी भी लॉ को वापस कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये जो लेबर लॉ है ये बस इम्प्लीमेंट होना बाकी है, बस एक डेट आना बाकी है। तो एग्जाम्पल मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि अभी जस्ट फार्मर्स लॉ आया था, उसमें क्या हुआ, लोग यूनाइट होके उसका विरोध किए तो उसका 3 लॉ को रद्द किया गया, वो कैंसिल हो गया। तो वैसे ही हमें यूनाइट होके इस पर सोचना चाहिए थोड़ा। ये जो सो कॉल्ड लॉ है वो कुछ बिलियनियर्स के लिए ही है, जो क्या करते हैं, सरकारी बैंक से लोन लेते हैं, फिर सरकारी प्रॉपर्टी ही खरीदते हैं, और फिर क्या करते हैं, और फिर बैंक का लोन भी नहीं चुकाते हैं। और अगर हम, जैसे कि अभी बात चल रहा है कि एक 4th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमिक कंट्री इंडिया बन गया है, तो हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं, बट हम लोग पर कैपिटा इनकम के बारे में नहीं सोचते हैं। तो अगर हम कंपेयर करें अपने से जस्ट नीचे 5th लार्जेस्ट कंट्री जापान, उसका पर कैपिटा इनकम $33,000 है और हमारा है 2800। इस हिसाब से वो 12.8% ज़्यादा है हमसे। जो रेशियो अगर हम देखें तो ये 12:1 आएगा। मैं ब्रांच की कुछ इंटरनल इश्यूज के बारे में बात करना चाहूँगी। जैसे कि हम लोग बहुत बार बोले हैं सेपरेट वॉशरूम के बारे में, बट ये तो बहुत बेसिक है, बट सोचने वाली बात ये है कि आखिर दिक्कत कहाँ आ रहा है जो ये नहीं हो पा रहा है। एक चीज़ मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा था, AIBA का जो चैनल है हमारा, उसमें कुछ दिन पहले आया था, ट्रिगर कमेटी बना था, तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत हेल्पफुल है। उसमें बस एक चीज़ मैं बोलना चाहूँगी कि अगर मतलब लोकल लेवल में भी कुछ नंबर्स प्रोवाइड किए जाते तो हमारे लिए काफ़ी अच्छा होता। एक और चीज़ है, कुछ समय पहले मैंने देखा था कि ब्रांच में मेल आया था रिगार्डिंग किसी भी फीमेल स्टाफ के साथ सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट या फिर किसी तरह का बैड बिहेवियर हो रहा है तो वो आवाज़ उठा सकती हैं। तो ये सब बीच बीच में होने
Our distinguished guest is here. Comrade Surya Binoy. She's an advocate. I will call her comrade because you will be knowing her father, Comrade Binoy Vishwam, who is a member of parliament, and Comrade Advocate Surya Binoy is a senior government pleader. She is going to deliberate. She is going to talk to you. She is going to talk to you on the topic gender justice in the 21st century. Where do we go from here? So we are glad that she is here on behalf of Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions and Bank of India Staff Union Kerala. For all of you, I heartily welcome Advocate Comrade Surya Binoy to our 4th All India Women's Convention.
Purnima from North East region.
Next speaker.
Next speaker, Purnima.
Purnima from Northeast.
The kind of topics that have been discussed. And I'm quite glad that women in leadership is a topic of discussion, not just a trend and as a matter of transformation. That means the women that have assembled here is demanding a change, is demanding a shift in the paradigm of our thoughts. Often, even among lawyers, I am a lawyer, I'm practicing at the High Court of Kerala. We also have women organizations, we have lawyers associations, and I am a member of a women's committee that is formed as part of the Indian Association of Lawyers. Often what happens is, all the discussions that center around women or the issues of women empowerment, most of them are centered about how women suffer, how their rights should be strengthened. Of course, a discussion on that point is important. But equally important is the discussion on the question of how women should lead this change. Now that sort of a discussion is more often than not is absent in our discourse. I can say this as far as lawyers are concerned, a topic of this importance. Why women should be in positions of leadership is often not discussed. And if at all it is discussed, it is not in an arrangement like this. More often than not, our sessions on women's rights are confined to a very small hall, attended only by women, attended or usually scheduled at the very last end or session of the conference. So that is the kind of importance that women's issues get. But here in this convention, your very first topic is that of leadership, women in leadership. So why I say this is important is because, as I said, rights are important. Our constitution guarantees certain rights and certain other rights it strives to guarantee. It does not guarantee, it attempts to guarantee. Now, as many of you might know, rights are of certain nature, right? That is, there are civil rights, there are political rights. These rights the constitution guarantees. For all of us, it guarantees the right to equality, right against exploitation, right to freedom, right to freedom of speech and thought and expression. These are civil and political rights. These are the first generation rights and these are inalienable human rights. So even if the constitution were silent on this, we still would have enjoyed these rights because as human beings, as members of the polity, we are entitled to enjoy civil and political rights. But when it comes to the second generation rights, the economic and social rights, the constitution only attempts or it promises, there is a promise, it's an aspiration that we must enjoy these rights. These are contained in the directive principles of state policy. That is the right of women for equal remuneration, freedom against protection of women and children from exploitation or inhuman labor. These are all aspirational goals that are contained in Part 4 of the Constitution of India, whereas the rights that are civil and political in nature are contained in Part 3, dealing with the fundamental rights contained in the Constitution. Now, how one is different from the other is when your fundamental right is violated, you can go to the court and hold the state accountable. So when you speak of rights, there is always a corresponding duty. So when it comes to fundamental rights, who is on the other side? Against whom are you trying to enforce these rights? More often than not, that is the state. The state is answerable in a court of law when you say that your fundamental right is violated. So of course rights are important. But justice, the topic of our discussion here, justice from any perspective is a broader, deeper goal. So what I would say is rights are just the bare minimum. Rights are just the bare minimum for us to sustain ourselves as members of the polity, as citizens, as human beings. But when it comes to justice, it is much broader, it is more aspirational. Which is why I am glad that the topic today is not of just women's rights, it is of gender justice. Now our preamble guarantees justice, economic, political and social. It is again an aspiration. It is a fond hope that one day this polity will awaken to these cherished goals of justice in all spheres of life. Now, why do we talk about gender justice? That is because we all here understand that there is something known as sexism. There is something known as patriarchy in operation. Now, you may identify yourself as a feminist or not as a feminist. You may even abhor the term feminism. But as long as you understand that women and men or other gender are treated differently, are considered differently, are sharing the resources differently on account of one's gender, then you are a feminist. Once you are awake to this reality, you are all a feminist. Could be a man or a woman, but you are a feminist the moment you acknowledge that there is something known as a sex-based or a gender-based difference in areas where it should not matter. So if gender was only biological, we wouldn't be sitting here and discussing it, because if it is biological, it is not something we can change. But gender is not biological. Sex is biological, gender is not. It is because gender is not biological, it is because gender has a political, social and economic dimension that we have gathered here to discuss. Is it just that our sex, the sex on which in more cases than not, we do not have a role or control, is it just that the sex should determine our rights, our share in the resources, our claim for leadership? Now, if you look at any article, any study dealing with gender justice, especially in a country like India, where the judiciary has been very active, you will always end up coming across a number of judgments where our understanding is that the judiciary has actively promoted the cause of gender justice. And I do not disagree with that proposition that the judiciary has played a very significant role in leading the cause of gender justice. But what I say today to our comrades here, that it is not for the judiciary to take the lead. One, they are not elected. They may hold or preach very hefty ideals and principles in their judgments, but they are not elected. They are not accountable to anybody but themselves. So therefore, it is not desirable, in my opinion, for any gathering such as this to simply think that it is the judiciary who should step in. It is the law which must change, because this transformation has to happen from within us. Now, of course, the judiciary has led us, or has even managed to lead us quite a few leaps in the quest for gender justice. One significant example would be that of the Vishakha's case. Is anyone aware of the Vishakha's judgment? This is a 1996 judgment in which the Supreme Court found that there was no law governing the issue of sexual harassment at workplaces. And the Supreme Court read into our jurisprudence, into our national jurisprudence, the principles of international conventions that had held that the women's right to dignity, women's right to life, includes the right to work with dignity in her workspace. And if that workspace is not safe, if that workspace is not secure, if that workspace is intimidating or hostile on account of a sexually charged behavior, then the Supreme Court said it is time for the state to step in. Now, why this judgment is important? Because until then it was thought that when an officer harasses sexually a woman, a colleague of his, it was treated more of a private dispute, more like a nuisance, something that should be brushed under the carpet so that the rest of us can go on our ways. Now, the Supreme Court said this is not how you should view sexual harassment. This is a human problem, this is a social problem, and this is the problem that must be addressed by the state. The state must step in and ensure that women are treated with dignity and respect in their workspace. It is not the woman's fight alone. Now, this is where the judgment becomes significant, because for the first time, it placed the responsibility of protection of women against sexual harassment in the hands of the state. And it also said, employer is answerable. Of course, the state cannot be everywhere. The police cannot be present in every workspace. But the employer, who is benefiting from the fruits of the labor of a woman as much as it benefits from the labor of a man, is duty bound to ensure that this woman is treated at par with other colleagues. Which is why the judgment required that the employer should be by law required to form what is now known as a committee, an internal committee in every workspace. And this committee should be there, comprising of not just internal members but also external members to answer and to inquire into any complaint against sexual harassment. Now, this judgment was passed in 1996. It became a legislation with attendant rules only in 2013. So that it took us this leap from the 20th century to the 21st century. Around about 2 decades for us to reach the point where these very salutary principles are embodied into a law, a statute and the rules. So which is why I say it is not enough that we think that the moment there is an issue that has to be addressed, it is for the judges or it is for the law. I'll tell you why this is important, because the judiciary could be very, very wrong. If any of you have heard of the Mathura rape case, the infamous Mathura rape case. So this was in 1980s. Mathura, now she lived in a village that is now in Chhattisgarh. She was called to a police station in connection with some complaint lodged by her brother. And 2 policemen required her to stay inside the police station while her relatives and friends remained outside. And they raped her. And now the Sessions Court said, it is unbelievable that a woman could be, a woman like her could be subjected to this lustful act by 2 policemen. They did not buy her version. When it went to the Bombay High Court, the High Court said, you can't just blame or say or disbelieve a woman's version who was subject to rape just because she did not yell, just because she did not fight, just because she did not have scratch marks over her body, because look at the power equation. She was inside a police station under the complete control of 2 policemen. Now look at that power equation, look at the imbalance in power, and then see how she was expected to react any differently in that situation. But unfortunately, when this case went into the Supreme Court overturned the decision of the High Court and acquitted both the accused. Now, this case led to very wide ramifications. 4 academicians wrote to the Chief Justice of India that this decision should be reconsidered. Women across country, including Adivasi women, who led a huge agitation to the police station demanding that the judgment should be reviewed. So women across all strata, women across all geographical regions demanded that this judgment should be reconsidered. Finally, the government was forced to refer this issue to the Law Commission of India. That is when we finally had changes introduced into our legislations, requiring that when a woman says the sexual intercourse was without my consent, you have to presume that it was without consent. You do not begin from the presumption that she is lying. You believe her, and it is for the accused to prove the opposite. Now, this very significant change was brought in not by the judiciary. It was brought in despite the judiciary. It was brought in because the women in this country stepped up. There is another question that I often offer awareness classes on POSH, the Prevention of Sexual Harassment, the Act and the rules. And often men among the audience ask me, why do we not have a legislation to protect men from sexual harassment? I said, women literally gave blood. Literally gave their blood to have this legislation in place because it was a real problem for us. It was not hypothetical. It was not an academic issue. It was not an imaginary issue that we perceived. It was in our bonds, we felt it in our flesh, we felt it in our bonds, and we took this to the streets to ensure that this legislation sees the light of the day. So every legislation that men say are tilted in or back, favorable, more favorable to women, all those legislations have decades of women's unwavering efforts, struggle. And in this particular instance, when it comes to POSH, when it comes to the legislation against sexual harassment. It came up because a woman named Bavari Devi, she used to work in the villages of Rajasthan to prevent child marriages. She was an activist of that nature. She was a rural worker who strived to work in the community to prevent child marriages. She was raped. She was raped by a gang of men. That is why I say we literally gave blood for this legislation to come about. So if the men feel that their issues of sexual harassment at workplaces as real, let them take to the streets. Let them convince the parliament, let them convince the legislature, let them convince whoever is making the decision that there is a real problem of harassment faced by men. Now, when it comes to sexual harassment, there is another very welcome change that has occurred. I'm sure all of us here, all the women here, we are more often than not trained to give the benefit of doubt. Now, when you travel in a bus, somebody brushes against your body, you think, oh, it could be an accident. You know, that may not be deliberate. Somebody says something very sexually colored to you in your office space. You always, the first instinct is always often to give the benefit of doubt. That must be a joke. They might not have meant that. But every day, every hour, every existence of ours is spent. Our energy is spent in devising these benefits of doubt for the benefit of men. We could be scared, we could be tensed, we could be agitated, but we have to act normal as if everything is fine. Now, there is a very important case of Punita Sothi, Dr. Punita Sothi, in which case the Supreme Court said, you have to apply a reasonable woman's standard. Stop thinking about it from the men's perspective. Stop thinking about it on whether would he have intended it. Think about would a reasonable woman find this offensive? If the answer is yes, then it is sexual harassment. You stop giving the benefit of doubt to men. You expect them to be responsible, be careful, take accountability for their words. It is the responsibility of those who interact with us to see that we are not offended. It is not our responsibility to remain calm or complacent. On the other hand, it is their job to see that every utterance that is uttered in the workspace is dignified and is suitable for a workspace. So the Supreme Court said that women have to stop inventing, women have to stop inventing excuses for men. It's not their job. So you think about it from a reasonable woman's perspective and stop thinking about it from a reasonable man's perspective. This because only women know the effort that is spent in dealing with this kind of harassment every day, every hour in the workspace. So this was a significant judgment. So of course, the judiciary do help us see some things that we already know, but when you see it in black and white, when you see it in print, especially in the form of a judgment, you feel reassured. You feel that there is somehow, your sentiments are echoed. Somehow, your sentiments are valid. So it is important that we do take these contributions into account, more because they have to be the part of our deliberations. So the next time when somebody complains of sexual harassment, let us not invent excuses. Let us take their version, the woman's version, for face value. Let us act on it. Let us stop dismissing sexual harassment, sexually colored remarks, sexual jokes as harmless banter. This is where I believe judiciary or judgments are important. Now, we have, why I say that this has to become a part of our discourses is because right now we only have this legislation to address sexual harassment at workplaces. Now, it is not the harassment at workplace, even if it is sex-based, even if it is gender-based, it is not always sexual. This difference is very significant. So there might be a male boss who never respects your opinion, who does not give you your promotions even if you are competent. There could be male colleagues who always take credit for your work. There could be male colleagues who outshout you in meetings, who never let you speak or have your say, who always mansplains to you. Now, are these all covered by this legislation, the 2013 legislation? The answer is no. The answer is no. It addresses sexual harassment. Harassment that has a sexual undertone. So if somebody asks you for a favor, a sexual favor, and then you decline it, and then it results in hostile or intimidating workspace, then yes, it is sexual harassment. But in the absence of any sexual undertone, every harassment, even if it is gender-based, is not sexual harassment. So we need to have, I'm sure we will have to have policies, if not a law, at least policies that prevent sex-based discrimination. So the answer to that is again not to expect the judiciary to expand the definition of sexual harassment under the act, because that would be overstretching the definition in that act. Our response should be to call out the instance of sex-based harassment. There is a book called The Feminist Fight Club. So it does not ask you to come up in arms against all the men. No. It addresses instances exactly like this. You are in a meeting, you voice an opinion, and the opinion gets accepted. And suddenly the opinion or the idea is no longer yours. Some man has snatched the credit for it. Now you feel harassed, you feel embarrassed. You know that it is because you are a woman that you are so easily not heard. But then the answer is not in this legislation. So this is something I feel fora like this should address and educate men. Educate men why it is not cool to do this. And even if they say, oh, this is not sexual harassment, yeah, it is not sexual harassment, but it is still discrimination. So as long as we believe in the ideal of gender equality, as long as we believe in the Constitution, there are ways and means by which we can achieve the goal of eliminating sex-based discrimination. But for that, I believe the discussions have to start from places like this, where women have assembled, where we understand that this is a reality, where often we are dismissed. Now, there is this very interesting, I'm sure all of us have faced this. So when a woman judge is upset or she is angry and she does not give interim relief or does not admit cases, snaps at the lawyer, it is always dismissed as, oh, she might have had a fight at home, or she might be on her periods. Now, periods is a very easy thing to blame anything on. As long as it is a woman, you can always blame anything on periods. Hormones, periods, PMS. But when it comes to a man, he is entitled to have his anger expressed. He is tough. If a judge is angry, if a judge is rude, he is tough. So he doesn't have any other human elements, that make us human. So this difference in perception, I feel very keenly in our workspace. So if I am loud or vociferous in my submissions before a court, then I am treated as somebody who is aggressive. But when a man does that, oh, he is convinced about the strength of his arguments, whereas I am just making there some noise. So this difference is something that is very real, but I believe it is not possibly through law that something like this can be addressed. It is a question of injustice. It is injustice from a gender point of view, but possibly the change of law is not the answer, but very subtle interventions at the workplace by anybody in power, by any woman who sees this as injustice is important. Which is why I am very glad that the comrade from Surat who said that we should grow and lead together, because this fight cannot be won alone. And I was very excited to listen to the speech of the comrade from Nagaland who outlined very real issues, point by point. So this is something only you can understand. You who are all working in this industry can understand. I, as an outsider, was, let's say, appalled at how some of these issues are very common even to women lawyers. You know, how the infrastructure is often pitiable, how maternity benefits is often in the paper but not quite enough. But I believe to address some of her concerns, in our some of service rules, there are provisions for a maternity leave where even when you undergo, say, artificial insemination. Of course, I do not know about your regulations, but that is something that can be changed, because you have parallels. There is this judgment of the High Court of Kerala, that Maternity Benefit Act, because the purpose of this act is to ensure that women are not punished for being a mother. The judgment said it has to be extended to contractual employees as well. So forget about the niceties, forget about the technicalities. It has to extend to contractual employees as well. So it is possible. That kind of a change is possible. Which is why I feel that when we say the topic of our conversation today is where do we go from here? I feel the Constitution, as I said, not the judges, not the judiciary, but the Constitution is a very important tool. It is not something that should be familiar to us lawyers alone. It is our tool. It is ours. It is ours to live by. It is ours to draw strength from. Why? Because our Constitution is significant because it did not take the status quo as it is. When India became independent, our constitutional framers had the option of, limiting the franchise, limiting rights, because it was, our country was more a scene of chaos than anything else. A hugely illiterate population, famine, poverty. Yet the Constitution felt that everyone must have the right to vote. It did not limit the right to vote to those with property alone. It did not limit the right to vote to those who have been educated. So this is why our Constitution is termed as a transformative Constitution, because it intended to change the status quo. It wanted to change the status quo. Now it is our job, citizens of this country who is working this Constitution, to say that this constitutional ideal of change, of transformation, is implemented. Which is why in our discourses, the constitutional right of equality, liberty, etc., autonomy, privacy, all of this have to find a place, because this Constitution no one can deny us. The ideal of constitutionalism is something that cannot be taken away from us. Regimes may come and go. Political dispensations may change, but Constitution is there. So that is why I say every deliberation of this nature has to begin from the Constitution. Which is why the Supreme Court was able, in Vishakha's case, to draw inspiration from the Constitution, because it felt that the women were not treated any inferior by the Constitution. There is very significant examples of how this transformation happens. Now in 2010, a case came up before the High Court of Kerala about whether women should be permitted to apply for the job of night watchmen. Does anybody have a say? Should they be able to apply for the job of night watchman? Yes, exactly, right? The question that comes up to your mind is why not? Why shouldn't they? Now the judgment said this discrimination that prevented a woman from applying for this public employment, not any private job. This is a job that is paid for by the public. The recruitment was through the PSC, Public Service Commission. So this job is denied to women, not because she is a woman, not just because of that. So the court reasoned that this discrimination is not based just on gender, but also because of the security concerns. Now that is a very convoluted logic in my opinion, because then you say if this is your line of thinking, it is very easy to deny any kind of job to any woman, right? Because if that is your line of argument, no job is safe. No job is safe for any woman, because you have to step out of your home, you'll have to travel, you'll have to deal with a number of people of different dispositions. So this is the line that was adopted in this particular case that came up before the High Court of Kerala in 2010. But fortunately, there is a very important decision of the Supreme Court in Anuj Garg versus State of Haryana. There the question was, should the women be allowed to serve in liquor shops? What is your opinion? Should they be employed in liquor shops? If they want to. Yes, right? So the Supreme Court said, this is just patriarchal patronizing that you're doing. You say you want to protect women and you deny employment to a woman who wants to work, who wants to earn, who wants to contribute to the economy, to her family, who wants to be the provider. And you say it is not safe for her, you are just patronizing her. Now this is known as the anti-stereotyping principle. That do not think that women are weak. Do not think that women, all they need is just protection. If the workspace is unsafe, it's not the woman's fault. It's not her problem. It is problem for the state. It is problem for the employer. It is an issue that they must address to ensure that every workspace is safe. It is no ground to deny a job to a woman. So, which is why I say there is a potential in our constitution itself to challenge. Now there are several norms that still deny employment to women. It is only very recently that the Supreme Court held that women should be able to hold high-ranking posts in the military. Very recently. So it took us all these years. In 1970s, at least there were 2 judgments that set aside rules that prevented men or women from continuing in their job the moment they are married. There were rules in the Indian Foreign Service that prevented a woman from getting married. There were rules in Air India that prevented a woman from continuing with her employment the moment she gets married if she is an air hostess. The Supreme Court said none of this can stand the constitutional scrutiny. So when you want to change all these notions, I'm sure there are still many more. To be honest, there are still some jobs, even under the Kerala rules pertaining to public employment, where recruitment is done by PSC, that some jobs are still denied to women. So you do not, please don't be under the impression that this is all a very past, distant reality. No. It is still very much a reality that even our legislations are still very patriarchal. It is only very recently in Joseph Shine's case that the section penalizing adultery was quashed as unconstitutional. Does anybody know what this section said? The section against the offense in the IPC against adultery. So if a woman engages in adultery, you would think who is the aggrieved party? So the section provided for the husband to prosecute the adulterer. As if woman is just a chattel. As if woman is just a property of his that somehow somebody else had misappropriated. So even today there are legislations, there are rules, there are norms that hold us back. Of course, legislative changes are and constitutional amendments. We know that the constitution has been amended to provide 1/3 representation for women in all local self-government institutions, right? And we know how transformative that had been. How women have done wonderfully as leaders of local self-government institutions. Closer to home, we know that there are provisions in the Companies Act that insist that women directors should be on boards in certain companies beyond a certain turnover and in all listed companies. So it is possible that we can bring about change in attitudes, in changing these stereotypes by way of legislative intervention. Now that brings us to the real question. Now where are all the women in the legislature? Are there women in the legislature? Are there women in power? Are there women in the judiciary? To see that all these glaring instances of gender disparity are addressed. There is a very famous book of Virginia Woolf called A Room of My Own. So she says if the men in your profession want something to be changed, it will be changed. But it will take you much, much longer for the women in any profession to change anything that you want to have it changed. That is because we are not, more often than not, denied any position of power, position of leadership. Which is why I was very happy to see how this topic of discussion here is women in leadership in the previous session. Now, even among lawyers, the Bar Council of India, which is a statutory body that governs how advocates dress, how advocates speak, how advocates accept their briefs, it never has had a woman president. Its executive committee does not have a single woman. The Bar Council of Kerala, which exercises disciplinary power over me, does not have a single woman. Bar Association of the Kerala High Court has never had a woman president. Now, recently the Supreme Court has said this has to change. Bar councils and bar associations must have women in positions of power, not just as a lady representative, which is the nickname for those reserved posts, but in positions of power, including that of treasurer. The term treasurer was significant because I know as women who are dealing with financial products, you must be dealing with this prejudice that you might not be good at this. You might not know anything about the economy, how the monetary policies impact the working of the economy. You might not know how the very products that you deliver, the very financial products that you deliver are unfamiliar to you. So the Supreme Court questioned this narrative that women cannot deal with finances effectively and said that the post of treasurer should be reserved. These are also things. So I'm not aware of the leadership composition in our organization. But I believe it is worth considering. Just think about how many women are there and what positions they hold. How much say do they have? And this introspection, I believe, is very necessary. There is another aspect that I would like to point out. So when women wanted to work, when women wanted to join the workforce, it was very difficult because traditionally everyone thought that women should be at home taking care of the children, making sure that the homes are run smoothly. Now, on the converse, now when women as mothers or as members of families have entered workspace, now how do we deal with that reality? So again, the situation is that we have to be best in both worlds, in your workspace and at home. That expectation, that role has still not changed, unfortunately, in most cases. Some might be privileged. There could be partners who share the load equally. But I am quite certain that is not the ground reality in most cases. Now, you could say that women should be divorced from this reality of their lives, that they are still taking care of things back at home. In a very significant judgment of the High Court here, the court said every institution has a duty to accommodate motherhood. Every institution has the duty to accommodate motherhood because motherhood is not just a woman's business. It is a priority for the society. It is a priority for everything that has meant anything anywhere. So therefore, the comrade from Nagaland mentioned about childcare leave and how women or parents taking care of differently abled children should be provided the space and accommodated in their workspace as a matter of policy to be able to perform that duty. It was a very similar case in this judgment because a woman from SBI, I believe, was forced to undergo quite a long period of leave because she had to take care of a differently abled child and she had to travel abroad where her husband was situated. Now the courts she was terminated from service for this very long unauthorized or very long absence. Now the court said, you had the duty to see that she is equipped to deal with the situation. Do not punish her while you also expect her to be a mother. So when we want to divorce ourselves from this role of typical mother, and being the only caregiver, being the primary caregiver at home, we also must be able to come up and speak up for women who are actually dealing with these issues. So, because you cannot have a discourse divorced from the reality of how life is actually lived. So, in our attempt to overcome the stereotypes, to insist that we are workforce at first or professionals at first and women later, I believe it is important equally that we also demand that our homes and our responsibilities at home are also given priority, and this applies to men. So we don't say that our home should never be a priority. What we should insist on is that men should also be forced to treat their homes as a priority, just as we have been doing all this while. So that discussion, so I always feel every discussion about motherhood is something of an anathema for a feminist. That is incorrect. A feminist is not somebody who frowns upon the realities of a fellow woman. If that woman needs help or recognition for her role as a mother, that has to be given. But what you must insist on is that the father should also be equally present. So therefore, there has to be a shift. There has to be a shift towards understanding that the work, what we produce, our output is not everything. Now, we have been conditioned by the capitalist system to think that output is everything. Our worth is measured only by our output, only by productivity. Because it benefits them. It benefits the employers to see that we are always giving them outputs. But our worth should be measured also in terms of how balanced our lives are. So I believe this sort of discussion also have to think about work-life balance. So we have to insist that employees or employers accommodate us as fully developed human beings who have a space, a world, a life beyond work. That discussion is also important, and I say with all conviction that this is not because we are weak. It is because we understand. It is because we understand what matters. It is because we are in a position to take a more rounded view of things. We are in a position to see that numbers and balance sheet is not everything. So this is something that the women can advocate. This is a change. This shift in perspective is something that the women can advocate, is what I believe. Of course, there is also the question of what is gender. Now, we are all, this is a women convention, but we all know that gender is no longer a binary of men and women. There could be people who do not identify as neither men nor women, or there could be trans men, there could be trans men, there could be intersexual people. All of them have the right to the same level of dignity that we women claim. So that is something, again, I believe the women should speak up for. Our Kendra Sahitya Academy Award winner, K.R. Meera, while she accepted her award, she said, "Why do I always speak of women? Because a woman's struggle is always a lesson for others. For every marginalized section of the society, there is always something to learn from how women have achieved their causes, how women have fought for their ideals. Now, how women are treated in any given cross-section of society, it is a litmus test for every marginalized society. So therefore, what I would urge this gathering is that what we learn from here, what we discuss from here, should not be just limited to the advancement of our goals, should not be just limited to our growth. It should be lessons for leading others who could be less privileged, who could equally benefit from the lessons that we learned and shared here. Now, one final point I would like to make in this context is, all of you deal with data more than I do. You would understand how important data has become. You would understand how data is the new gold, how it creates value in its own, how companies or corporations would go to any length to have their hands over data. Then you should also be in a position to understand how important is the concern of privacy in this world and age where we have all become units of data. You know, now our significance is not because you are a woman or a human being or you belong to any particular region. Your significance now lies in the fact that you are a unit of a data, you are capable of consuming, you are capable of making decisions. Now, how these decisions are formed are important. Is it free? You might think that you are free, you are privileged, you are educated, your decisions are always yours. But how much of these decisions are manipulated? Or how much of your data, or how much of your material, how much of your news every day comes from a predetermined source? That is also because there is so much access to data. There was a survey or referendum in, I believe in a European country, whether Uber drivers should be treated as employees. Now, the company was in a position to manipulate or spread its social media presence with such vehemence that the people understood the question to mean, should they be treated as employees or not? And all of them voted yes, that they should be treated as employees. But in fact, the question was something different. The question was, should they be given, should they not be given? You know, when they voted yes, that they should be treated employees, they were actually saying, no, they shouldn't be treated as employees. So that is the power of data. That is the power of social media. And in many ways, it has freed us. In many ways, social media have given women the voice, the presence, the visibility, but it is also has become a tool to harass us, to chill our expression, to show us our space, to warn us of a very intimidating consequences if we do not keep our space. If we step up, if we speak up, there is a social media, there is this underbelly of social media that will always tell you that if you are a woman, you have to conform to certain norms, because otherwise we are going to bully you, we are going to spam you, we are going to shame you. So the small space that we have acquired in the cyber world, it has also become an equally dangerous terrain. So this is again, I think, when we advocate our presence and our visibility in the social media, there are legislations in place to deal with this, but that is not sufficient. I believe every company should have a policy on how its employees behave in the online world, especially with respect to women. I believe that should also form part of a company's policy to treat it as a misconduct if somebody ill-treats a woman in the online world. As we know, the right to privacy was recently held as part of our constitutional right to autonomy, to life, to dignity. So, on that note, I would like to conclude. I would like to entertain any questions if there are any at all. Please.
Hello. Ma'am, we have a certain section in the law, right, that if some customer misbehaves with the staff, right, they may get jail, they may get penalty, or they may get both. We all must have seen the videos where certain employees are harassed and beaten by the customers. Why till date no one has ever witnessed any, this type of thing that under the law they must be punished, but no one is punished till date? Why?
If it amounts to a criminal offense, if it amounts to an assault, that is punishable under the new code, the BNSS, it has to be taken to courts. I'm not sure, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of this particular instance. But when it comes to sexual harassment, one important, this is a law that I'm familiar with, so this particular instance I'm not aware of. But when it comes to sexual harassment, the woman need not be an employee of the institution. The woman just has to be in the premises, in the workspace. But respondent has to be an employee so that the employer can act against it. But in this particular instance that you have mentioned, I understand that customers misbehaved, manhandled a woman employee. And no one did anything? Nobody lodged a complaint? So is this misbehavior just verbal, or are you saying that there has been force involved?
Hello? No, ma'am. We have videos. I have seen the videos, and I guess each and everyone present here have seen the videos that customer beats bank employee. The bank employee is literally beaten. But till date, I think this law is not new. This is a very
No. Nobody is expected to beat. Nobody is allowed in our country to beat anybody with impunity. It is a penal offense.
But no,
if
no
that,
one, I don't think anyone means, so far I am in the knowledge, no one is punished for that.
That is very deplorable if now that employer, the bank manager or whoever was in charge has not taken action against somebody who was beaten up the employee, then that is very deplorable. It is a punishable offense. Have no doubt. It is punishable. It is penal. It is a penal offense. Now, there have been cases where doctors have been recently under attack. Right? Now, doctors are clamoring for a legislation that would treat this as an aggravated offense. So, when a doctor is under attack in the workspace in a hospital, there have been claims for legislation that would deal with as a more aggravated offense, because then that way you can't work. It affects everyone. Right? So if this issue is of that proportion, then that is the way to go to. But it is punishable. I am quite surprised that no action has been taken against that person, especially if you have video evidence. The prosecution is quite simple. It is not easy. It is not easy. Prosecuting anything in this country is not easy. Which is why I often say when we ask women who speak about sexual harassment, especially those who have been proponents of the Me Too movement, they are often asked, why didn't you speak up early? It is not easy. Sometimes you do not have the strength to fight that battle. So I say it is for the women to choose their battle. So if this was a case where they chose not to fight this battle, it's unfortunate, but I believe in this case the employer had the responsibility to see that that person is brought to book.
Comrade, please introduce yourself, because Dinesh is also noting down points which has come out.
This is Shivani Sharma from MP Unit, Bhopal. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Prachi Raju. I am from Nagpur zone. Ma'am, I enjoyed your lecture and I love what you said. I just wanted to ask, what is your opinion about current so-called pseudo-feminism का जो concept अभी चल रहा है? अपन अभी तक के जो भी बातें करते आए हैं आज शुरू से लेके अब तक के, we have gone into the fact that औरतें बिचारी है. They need protection like that. अपना जो agenda था वो इस तरीके से था. But on the contrary, the other side of the coin says there are many instances where women have misused their womanhood and laws. So मेरा ये बोलना है that how do you deal with this at your workplace और आपका इसके ऊपर opinion क्या है?
Now this is not the only legislation that or any piece of legislation that is misused. There are gun laws, there are laws against drug abuse, there are laws against violence. Every day these are also misused. So why is it that just women are asked to explain this? Why is it that when there is a possibility that a woman could be not ideal, that a woman is not perfect, then it becomes a problem for the society that the entire law must go. There could be any instances, and trust me, the entity that abuses laws, misuses laws in this country or in any other country is never the citizen. The biggest culprit in any country would be the state. No entity abuses laws as much as the state does. the state that has the police force, the state that is militarily armed, nobody abuses any legislation as much as the state does. Which is why we have this huge array of constitutional safeguards to protect or prevent the citizen from the abuse of this legislation. So is it not strange that only women are expected to answer why this particular legislation is abused or misused? Because that is not an isolated incident. If there is a false dowry harassment case, trust me, there are hundreds of genuine cases of dowry harassment that are not even reported. Women die in this country because they do not give dowry. They were not preceded by cases. These photographs of women who died in their prime at the place of their in-laws, in the full custody of their in-laws. That is your answer. Those are hundreds of instances where this law has not been used, where this law against prevention of, the law against domestic violence is not used. So to every question, why should we have this law which permit women to abuse it? Point the 1,000 instances where this law is not even resorted to, even by the women's own family. And this becomes a reality in this 21st century. So that is my answer to that. That this why why I think that this becomes a topic of discussion, that everybody is concerned about these poor men victims who have fallen prey to these evil women. It is because it upset the status quo. For the first time in our country, in-laws are asked to answer for the safety of their daughter-in-laws. In-laws are asked to explain why the daughter-in-law is not happy. Until this legislation came about, they were not bothered. Because you have provided them with a house where they can live like a housemaid. That should be sufficient for a woman, right? How dare she speak up? How dare she have a count of her ornaments? It is because it has upset the status quo that we have suddenly have all this clamor about this law needing to go. If there are instances of abuse of this provision, yes, it has to be brought to book. I have no doubt it cannot be tolerated, and I say, with every solidarity that I have for the women's cause, every woman who abuses a provision of this nature is doing a disservice to the other women. But that is not a reason to abolish this law. Because for every other abuse, that is not your answer. You deal with this very specific instance of abuse. You have an issue-based response. You do not do away with the legislation. So that cannot be the answer in this instance as well. And when it comes to sexual harassment, the law itself has a provision that if the complaint is false, the woman also is answerable. So it is not as if, and what about marital rape? Is marital rape punishable in our country? It is not. The Justice Verma Committee, which was formed after the Nirbhaya incident, specifically recommended that marital rape should be made an offense. It is not. Because our country is considerate to men. Very considerate. Very considerate to how this law against marital rape could be misused. But because a committee like that had considered the issue of marital rape, rest assured that it is a reality, right? So for every issue that have left our men perturbed, rest assured that there are 1,000 issues that leave women not just perturbed, damaged, disabled or dead. That is my answer to your question.
Any other questions?
हेलो नमस्ते मैम, मैं एमपी जोन से हूँ, खंडवा अंचल से। मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ, हमारे बैंक से रिलेटेड है। एक कैजुअल लेबर है, यदि उस बंदे को मैनेजर ने निकाल दिया किसी कारणवश और उस बंदे ने फेसबुक पे डाल दिया है, देन उस महिला, किसी महिला और मैनेजर के बीच में कुछ संबंध है ये करके, तो उस लेडी को उस समय क्या करना चाहिए था?
So that is a post, Facebook post.
हाँ, Facebook post.
And it has taken her name.
Yes.
Explicitly mentions her name.
Yes, name.
She should lodge a complaint with the cyber cell because this guy, as I understand, is no longer an employee.
Okay.
Right? You said he was thrown out.
Yes.
It is not easy. Lodging a complaint is not easy. Following it up is not easy. Which is why I never blame a woman for not. I never ask the question, why didn't you fight? Why don't you lodge a complaint? Because it is quite another battle. You know, having to go through this harassment, which is very intimidating and humiliating. Maybe that is all that you can deal with right now. Then, you know, it is possible. You don't have the bandwidth to deal with another fight. And there was this section called Section 66A in the IPC that penalized offensive content or annoying content. But the Supreme Court said a penal provision has to be very specific because you have to know what is penalized. If it is too vague, the state can always misuse it because anything can be annoying. I could criticize somebody in power and I could be annoying. So on that ground, that section was struck down. But then it left all these gaps, you know, because for offensive or annoying content, now you can't take anybody to court. But there are still provisions against the indecent treatment of women. On sexual harassment is also an IPC offense. Sexually colored remarks is still punishable. It is also a question of, you know, intersectionality. That is, you are not just a woman, right? All of us don different roles. Some of us are not just a woman. Some of us belong to a caste that is not treated fairly. Some of us belong to a caste that have enjoyed dominance. Now, how do we deal with this power or lack of power? When it comes to a man who do not have the same privilege and power in terms of, say, economic strength or social status, but that person is a man, how do we deal with that? So that is also something that you have to wrap your head around. How do we use our power? I think it is time for snacks.
Hope all your questions are answered.
Thank you, such a wonderful audience. Thank you.
On behalf of Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, I thank Advocate Surya Binoy for throwing us light on the gender justice in the 21st century. Madam, thank you so much for being here. And you have quoted many of the verdicts of many cases, as well as we being a working woman, we have come across this Sexual POSH Committee Act and all, but we are not aware of the actual root causes of this POSH Act. So thank you so much for enlightening us on this and sparing your time and answering all our queries. We are very enlightened to have you here, madam. And with utmost respect towards your knowledge, I request you to accept a small felicitation as a gratitude from our Federation of Bank of India Staff Union. I request Ambuja madam and Jigisha madam to please felicitate Advocate Surya Binoy. Put your hands together and please.
Comrades, I'm here with a very sad news. Actually, we have been just informed that one of our comrade from Karnataka unit who was working in Banshangri branch in Bangalore, Comrade Sujita C. She was just about 30 years old, and it was just informed that she has passed away, and it was very shocking news. And I request everyone to please stand up and let us observe a minute of silence to honor her memory. Thank you, comrades. Thank you, comrades.
Then we will continue with our deliberations. Okay. Next speaker, Neelima from Sholapur. That is okay.
Please join your hands together and welcome Neelima madam onto the stage. Hope you are having your snack time.
Good afternoon.
Hope you all enjoyed your snack time, I believe. Okay. Since we have enjoyed the feast and the snack time, let me introduce in a special way, in my way. Hello. Namaste. Vanakkam. Namaskara. Sat Sri Akal. Adab. I am Naga Olga Devi from Andhra Pradesh unit. Today, I am here to share my views regarding the commitmental role of women in trade union with you all the successful people. You just tell me, are you all going to accept that you all women are successful women? Aren't you? Is there any objection that you are not successful? Anyone is going to raise your hands on this note? Or you all strongly believe that we women all are successful women, all are seated here? So in this hall, every woman is successful, isn't it? Then is there any something called unsuccessful women? Anyone? No. Yes, the obvious answer is no. No woman. Every woman is successful in their own way. Be it is a woman who spent 286 days in a space where most the country has lost the hope that she is going to come to earth, whereas she successfully came to earth, Sunita Williams. Or be it is a woman who take the lead in a war, Sophia Qureshi or Vyomika Singh, who take the lead in this Operation Sindoor regarding the Pahalgam attack. Or be it is a woman who converts the lifeless four walls into a home, a happy home where a happy family lives. Or be it is a woman who is the first citizen of the country, or be it is a woman who rules a country or a state, or be it is a woman who raises the children responsibly, or be it is a woman who fights for other women, not only for women, for entire working class. So all women are successful in their own way. So success is having a different definition for everyone according to their thing. So as we all know that all women are successful, but as of now, not even now, even from long ago, women are multifacial plays a multifacial roles in our daily life. As you all know that as we keep hearing from the morning onwards that we have a children responsibility, we have household chores, we have family responsibility. Again, we have to go back to, again you have to go to your office and you have to give best at your workplace. Aren't we? Yes, right? So, we are a little comfortable. First, we'll come to the women in an organizational sector where they are still challenging their working conditions, where they don't have a proper career advancement rules or procedures, where there is we can see the gender inequality everywhere, or where there is no equal pay for equal work, especially in industries like construction works, agriculture labor, BD workers. They are not paid equally at par with men. Whereas in our case, we are a little, as madam said in the morning, Vahida madam said that we are privileged, we are in the privileged sector, so that we have a 6.5 hours of a stipulated working hours. We have a maternity benefits, we have a child care benefits, we have a various committees to ensure the protection of the women, right? Do you think these all happened just because that we have joined the bank? No. This was just done by the sacrifices made by our seniors or seniors and the fights they fought and they got for us. Remember it, Rome was not built on a same day, on a one day. It is a continuous process where in the same way our seniors has taken this flag and they carried the flag for us and they have made so many sacrifices. That is the reason why we are comfortably seated enough in a AC hall and we are about to discuss all these things. So now they have done enough, and they have done more than enough for us, and now what is it? Are we happy here? Remember, success is not a destination or a place where we can go and relax. It is a journey where you have to go through continuously to evolve yourself. Likewise, it is not something that our seniors has done. Now you can simply relax. No, nothing that. Now you have to take the charge. You have to carry the flag on your shoulders. You have to take the responsibility of being in the front line and fighting for us, questioning for us, and against the exploitation. If there is any justice, you have to stay strong, and you have to stood for yourself. You have to stood for your fraternity. You have to question the injustice that happened to us, and you have to question the exploitations happened to us. When I was just going through, there was a quote which was literally impressed me. Until the lion learns to write or speak, every story will glorify the hunter. Do I need to repeat again? Until the lion learns to write or speak, every story will glorify the hunter. Because the hunter is the only person who is going to tell what has happened. Since even though the lion is the king of the forest, it doesn't know how to speak, it doesn't know how to communicate, then who is going to tell the story? Who is going to question it even if the hunter is wrong? Likewise, we have to question it. Unless you started questioning it, unless you started opposing the exploitation happened to us, the management will always have the audacity to showcase that whatever we get, that is at their mercy, or else it is at their generosity. They'll have the audacity to showcase it, trust me. But that is not the case. We fought for it. We fight for it. We got it. So that you have to come forward and you have to raise your voice and you have to tell what exactly happened. Let me just tell you, if at all you have a request. For example, likewise, in this corona time, many of the women employees have got this work from home option. I must really thankful for this organization, for the union for giving this opportunity, because being a woman representative in our state, I particularly have seen many women who have experienced many difficulties during their pregnancies in this corona time. Have you ever imagined that bank employees got this work from home? Anyone? Have you anyone imagined that we get the work from home option? No, right? But we got it just for the sake of, for the security, for the safety of our members. This is not that I go to manager and I ask him, because we have a good terms with manager, I go and even you have a good terms with the manager, you go and place a request him, sir, please, since it is a corona time, please, I need a work from home option. No. Even though if we entertain also, it is for a day or a couple of days. So how about the others? How about the other situation? So if at all you have to make a request that is for a day or a couple of days, whereas you have to unitedly make a demand, that has to be done, not at the mercy of anyone. Because that is the genuine demand. So, if at all you only ask, they may treat it as a noise. But ours is not noise. Ours is voice. What do you say, girls? Ours is noise or voice? Come again. Come again. So, we are not here to make or place any requests. We are here to make demands. What are we going to do? Demand or a request? Come again. What are we going to make? Demand or a request? Yes, we are going to make a demand, not any request. I'm a mother of 8 years son and a 10 years old daughter. So whatever I'll tell them with a story, so that they will listen to me with the same perception. I'm just going to tell you a story. There is a village where there is a family very happily lived in that village. But all of a sudden, the village was affected by the floods. So that all the members have to be there is no other option for them to evacuate the village. There is a happily living family who has carried the luggage, wife and the children, and they started evacuating the village. The water flow was increased. So the husband felt that it is not advisable I cannot carry all the luggages, and he dropped the luggage there itself. And again they started only with his family. Later on, going ahead, the water flow is even more high, so that he has no other option, nothing but to leave his wife's hand. Then, moving ahead, he has a daughter and a son. He carried his daughter like this, and he carried his 2-year-old son like this, and he traveled alone. After going some time, even he couldn't carry his daughter also. So he left the daughter. Again going forward, he has no other option but to leave his son. Later on, he reached a safe place. After reaching the safe place, he realized that there is no purpose of living alone, because he is left with no one. He has no one to cherish that. Areba, you are alive. There is no one for him to cherish that. Or else there is no one for him to console that, oh God, you lost your wife, you lost your children, you lost your everything in a single day. There is no one to console him. So, if you lost your dear ones or your closed ones or the people you have, you don't have, even the win or the loss doesn't make any sense or difference. So, what I'm trying to tell you here is, you may come across different challenges. Even the government will pose you, will throw you many challenges like this. We are on the verge of privatization, or the management will put you to face many challenges. What are we going to do? If you ever compromise on your respect, or if you ever compromise on your hard-earned rights, or if ever you are leaving on the side, if you leave the side of your fraternity, there is no point of winning that, or there is no point of where you reached. So, the moral is, how hard or how tough the situation is, you shouldn't lose your respect. You shouldn't compromise on your respect. You shouldn't compromise on your rights. You shouldn't leave the side of your members. Whether it is a win or a loss, we are going to face it together, right? That is why union is called one for all for one. Right, is it right, girls? Then again, we'll take the difficult times, we'll challenge it, and we'll start standing for ourselves. Is there any assurance that you're going to win at the very first time? Or is there any assurance that you're going to win it the second time? No, there is no as such assurances. But the thing is that you shouldn't lose the hope, or you shouldn't give up trying. You should keep trying. One day you will definitely get succeeded. That is why as I keep believing that Hitler lost 16 times in war. Whereas we remembered him that Hitler fought 16 times and that the 16th time he won, whereas we didn't.